Hey everyone, this is CodeWise, and in today's video I'm going to teach you how you can create a microservices based API. So which means each service has its own database, so each service is independent, and also in each services we're going to be having tests. So we're going to be running, making sure that everything works, writing our test, and we can run the test to make sure that all our tests are passing in each service. So after that we have done writing all our tests, we're going to be having a shared directory, so which means everything we need to be reused inside of each services, we're going to be adding it in this project. And for our local development, we're going to be creating a Docker compose file which will be built to set up our databases for development. We're going to be having our API gateway, so which means when we make a request to any services, we don't have to pass in through the services, we have to make the request through the API gateway, and everything is built so you can be able to scale it later and create something even better once you get the knowledge you learn from this project. So if you're ready to get started, let's just go ahead and get started. Alright, so here I am on my desktop, and I have my code editor open, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any editor of your choice. And also we're gonna be needing some kind of databases and stuff like that. But what I like to do when I am developing on my local machine, I like to use this tool, which is Docker. So Docker allows me to run some services such as databases and any other services that you can run with Docker. So for development purposes, I'm gonna be using Docker to install the Postgres databases that we're gonna be needing. So this way I do not have to rely on some cloud providers for databases. All right, so if you want to follow along, you can go ahead on the docker.com and you can download for your operating system. Okay, so I have it already installed, so I'm just gonna go ahead back on my folder. I have this folder opened in my editor, and the first thing I have to do, I need to set up the structure of this project. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna need some kind of a library for our whole microservices, so that all our services can use it. So instead of creating in each service, you can create a shared library, or a shared I can say it like a shared code that you can use through all of those services. So inside of authentication services, you can use it inside of the user services, you can use it inside of the node service, so you don't have to create it all over again and repeating ourselves. So I think that's how I'm gonna go with this. So the first thing you have to do, I need to create a new folder inside of this project. They can call it shared, since this will be used inside of all our services. So I'm gonna call it shared, and maybe we can go inside of this folder. So I'm gonna open my terminal, and I'm gonna go inside of shared, and I can go ahead and initialize this project. Okay, so I'm gonna be using npm, so npm init -y inside of this folder shared, and this is gonna create this package, the JSON, so that we're gonna be needing. So let's think about it for a second. So what do we need to use inside of our inside of all our services? What do we need to use the most? Like every time we need to use it, we be adding it inside. So for me, what I want to use for authentications, for example, for authentications, all our services are going to need authentications. Okay, so such as token validations, checking if the token is valid or not, and maybe also for adding late remitting, for adding validations, like for data validations. So you can use Zod, you can use Joy. We're gonna be adding all of this stuff inside of this shared folder, so we can use it all in our services. And also we're gonna be adding some utilities, such as for like if you want your response to come in this type of format, you can have it. So you can just import I want my response when the client calls this API, I want the response to be this way. So we're going to be defining everything inside of this shared folder. Okay, so inside of this shared, we have initialized the project, and we can go ahead maybe and install some, since we're using Express, so let me npm install Express. I'm gonna install Express. I'm gonna go install that. All right, so this is installed now. And also let me just do this. And next thing, I'm using TypeScript in this, so I'm going to npm install TypeScript. Great. And next thing we need to do, for now I guess this is enough. We can create some utilities for, we can, of course we're gonna come back to this further, but I think what we have for now is all right. Dependencies. Okay, I'm gonna install this TypeScript. I didn't mean to install it as normal dependencies, since this is just for development only. I wanna install it as dev development. I guess I spelled this. It's in Unistar. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, uninstall. Am I getting it correct? Uninstall. I guess this fine. Yeah. Okay. So now let's install it again, but this time make sure to add the d at the end or whatever. The npm. Okay, what is going on? npm i-d. So this will install it as dev dependencies, so which means when we build this, it will not be included in our dependencies. This is just for us when we're developing, and as you know, when you deploy or build this application, TypeScript doesn't work there, it's JavaScript. Okay, and so the next thing we have to do, we need to create some utils, or maybe you can define some types that we're gonna be using through our applications. Though, like types that we're gonna be needing for, like for user, types for the nodes, for types for the tokens, types for API response, all of those kind of stuff. Okay. All right. So what do I need to do now? Instead of this shared folder, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it types, and here this is where we're gonna be defining all the types that we're gonna be shared for all microservices that we're gonna need. So inside of this types folder, I can add a new file. I can call it index.ts, and here I can just let me see, I can add some comments. So I can create shared TypeScript types. I can call it definitions, type definitions for all microservices. Okay. All right. So here the first one I can do export interface. I'm gonna needing for user. So the user, what we're gonna have, we're gonna have an ID, which is a string. We're gonna have an email, which is a string. We're gonna have created at, which is a date. We're gonna have updated at, which is a date. Okay, so this is the first example, and we can go ahead and close this, or just let me open this here. And the next thing I wanna do, I'm gonna add some utils. So inside of this shared folder still, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it utils. And inside of here, I'm going to add a new file. I'm going to create index.ts. And after this, I'm going to need to add some like for the creating the API response. So what kind of response you're going to need. So for that to happen, we can go ahead and create some kind of the API response. Okay, some kind of types. So let's go back inside of these types. And I can go over here. I can do export. Can do export. Can call it interface. Can call this API response. API response. Gonna take this, and this maybe this can be also as any. All right, and we can have gonna have success. which is Boolean. Yeah, I'm gonna have data, which is optional. Let me make it optional. You're gonna have message, which is optional of string as well. You're gonna have error, which is optional of string as well, and also you're gonna have errors, which is optional of the code string screen, and this can be an array. So yeah, okay, so this is the types for the API response. And now let me go back inside of my utils, and the first one we can do export function. You can call it create API response, and what do we take in, and here we can go inside of this and define what we need. So we need the, yeah, this is exactly what we need. Let me just remove this here. Let me import this API response from the types. All right, yeah, so yeah, this is what I need. Okay, so for the error, maybe here I can just call it get API response. Yeah, let me see how did this, we have, so API response, which is this any, and it has errors. Okay, you can also have, let me go back here inside the types. You have this single error, and instead of this one, we don't need these errors really. Let's just select the single one, and yeah, so yeah, this is enough what we need. Get API response, fine. Okay, so this is mostly the idea of how we're gonna be working with this. So just giving you the idea of stuff we're gonna be adding in here. So as you can see, as you can imagine, if you wanted to create this in each of the services we're gonna need, this will be like using same code in every files, so that's not a great practices. So I'm gonna be doing this way, and I'm gonna be adding more as we go along. Okay, so let me close this up, and maybe you can add the first service. So close this as well, and this is outside of the shared folder. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it services, and inside of the services I'm gonna add the first service. So the service the first service can be I think it's better to start with service, the authentication service. So inside of this authentication service, we're gonna have also another service, which is gonna be user service. For now, these two are kind of enough. And inside of the authentication service, so all we have to do, we have to initialize this project with TypeScript. So let's go ahead and do that. And here I can cd like this. I can see these services, cd of service. Okay, so I can do npm init-y. I'm going inside of this. Yeah. Okay, and also I have to initialize the TypeScript. So npx -init. If I'm not long, this is the command. Yeah, this is the command. This is not the TSA command you're looking for. Okay, I guess, yeah, let's first insert this one. Let's first insert TypeScript. So will this work now? Fine. This time it works. We have some configurations to change, and yeah, so instead of going through this again, I can let me see, I can just take the configurations that I already have. This we're gonna use this through all our services. So this is the configuration for TypeScript we're gonna be using in all our services. We're not gonna change much. So as you can see, we're including this shared folder, and we're including this shared folder, and our test files will be also added when we are done with writing our tests. Okay, and when we build our Auth directory, will be inside of this dist. We're using ES20 and CommonJS. So yeah, nothing really interesting. Just know that this is the paths that we're including also shared. So if you want to import from shared, you can just include this. Okay, inside of authentication service, what we need to do, we need to install some packages that we want to be needing all over. And I think we can start by writing some validations. So for validations, we're gonna be needing to install the package. So npm joy. This is my package of choice I'm gonna be using for my backend, joy. Inside the Auth Service, I can create a new folder. I can call it ACRC, and inside here I can add new file. I can call it validation.ts, and inside here, this is where I'm gonna be writing all my validations. I'm gonna do import joy from joy, and I can do export const. I can do register schema equals to joy.object. We're gonna be needing email. Gonna be joy.string dot email dot required, and we can also add some messages. Okay, so since this is not just single message, we can be, so if the email is not a string, we can just add this string email must be a valid email address, and required, if there is no email, you can just say this. All right, now let's go to the next field, which gonna be having the password. Password is gonna be joy, and it's gonna be joy string, and the minimum we need minimum of 8. Minimum is 8, and let me see, minimum 8. Okay, yeah, close this. Minimum of 8, and I can have some kind of pattern that I need. Okay, what is this? Okay, this is starting to confuse me. Yeah, so minimum of 8, and I'm gonna have this pattern. Let me put it here, and I'm gonna have some kind of pattern that I'm gonna be validating to make sure that this is in the format that I need. So this is the pattern. Okay, and I'm gonna be adding required, and also I'm gonna adding the messages. All right, so we're adding the string password must be at least 8 string base password must contain at least 1 inside of this lowercase, yeah, and any required password is required. So this is everything we need for registering, and while we are still here, let's finish it. So let me also add for logging in. So export const login schema. We're gonna be adding this email required message. Yeah, this is all we need really. So when logging in, there's no need to validate how much kind of numbers the user is correcting. Doesn't make sense. And also let's add one more export const. We can do refresh token schema, joy refresh token, and yeah, so this is everything we need for registering. This is the whole validations we need. And now let's go ahead and connect to our database and initialize the database. So for database, we're gonna be using Prisma. So I can go ahead and do npx Prisma init instead of authentication service, and it's gonna do its thing, and we should have some kind of schema added to our directory here. Once it's done, let's wait for it. Yeah, so yeah, it's done. It's done initializing, and we have this Prisma folder, and inside we have this schema.prisma. So this is where we can define all our tables. Okay, so for database, let me add a new folder file inside here. I'm gonna call it database.ts, and inside of here I can do maybe before we can do that, let me define the database schemas we are gonna be needing, since they are not too much, so it's not really complicated to add. But yeah, let's do that. So inside of here, the first one, the first table is user table, node user. Inside here, we're gonna be needing the ID. We do not add that. It's gonna be a string. It's gonna be the @id, and the default one is gonna be the UUID. Okay, and we're gonna have the email, which is a type of string. Okay, this type of string, and it's gonna be unique. Okay, we're gonna be having password, which is string, and doesn't have to be unique, and we're gonna be having created that and updated that, but the default, it's gonna be default created data time default.now, and we can map this and give it a name, created _.add, same thing for the updated that. Okay, and here we can add map. We can also call this users. And now let's get for the refresh tokens. So modo refresh token, and here we can just say ID. It's gonna be string, default gonna be UID, user ID string, and we're gonna map it to user _ID. We're gonna have the token, which is a string and also unique. We're gonna have expires at, which is a date time, and we're gonna map it to expires _at, created that, and we can also connect it to the user. So let me add the comment relations. We're gonna have the user, and we're gonna reference the user ID, and also when we delete the user model, make sure this also get deleted. So we're gonna add to cascade, and we can add map refresh tokens. and don't forget to add the relations to this model here. Okay, so we don't need to really add it like this. Let me just do this. Yeah, refresh tokens. Okay, so this is everything we need for the authentication model of service as the databases. And now you can do, you can run inside of this cd services, cd of service. We can run npx prisma generate, so we can generate the databases we need. Okay, let me stop this. I don't need to I don't like this output, so I'm gonna remove this output. Let me run it again. I don't wanna put it inside of there. Prisma load schema, environment variables, and this should be done. So while it's doing that, let's go back to src inside of database. Now you can go ahead and actually start working on it. So now we have our at Prisma client, we have everything installed. Let's close this, and now we can do we can import the Prisma client. So we can do Prisma client from at Prisma/client, and here you can go ahead and create a single instance of Prisma client. So we can do const Prisma client equals to new Prisma client, and inside of here we can also add if you want to log this. So let's check if we are in process.env. If you're in development, this is what we're gonna load. So let me see why it's process.env. Why is it doing this? Okay, I need to install this package. Let me install it. Yeah, but while this is installing, let me also here I can do handle, like you can handle graceful shutdown. So we're gonna do process dot on. We can check on the before exit, gonna be async, and we can do await Prisma. We can disconnect. All right. And here you can also do process.f siege init Prisma disconnect, and the process code is gonna be 0. And here you can do process.init siege time. Yeah, and finally we can export default Prisma. Okay, awesome. So we have the Prisma instance, and now we can start working on our authentication service. Since we already have the validations in place, we have the database in place. So the next thing you need to do is use the Auth Service. So Auth Service .ts, yeah, Auth Service in PS. And what you have to do here now, we need to create some more shared utils that we need to use in this file. So let's go back to the shared folder, and inside of my utils, I'm gonna create first of all, let me create the types I'm gonna need for all of this. I'm gonna need some types for the authentication tokens. I'm gonna need some types for the JWT payload. Also, I'm gonna need some service area that I'm gonna be using on all of this. So here inside of my shared folder, inside of my types, inside the index, let me go back here. Let me add a new one. I'm gonna do export interface. I'm gonna call it auth tokens, and here I need the access token and also refresh token, which is just gonna be a string. And also I need another one, export interface. It's gonna be JWT payload. JWT payload. Yeah, JWT payload. So what do I need? I need the user ID, the email, yeah, issue that and expire that. Okay, and also I need some service error. So still inside of my types, I'm gonna add another one. I'm gonna do export. Yeah, export. This time it's not gonna be the types, but it's gonna be some type of class. Let's go type class. I'm gonna call it service error. I'm gonna extend on the error, and inside of here I have the status code, which is gonna be a number. I have the constructor, which is a message, taking the message or string, and status code of number. Default is 500, and also you can take in the code, which is optional, of string, and also you can get the details, which is optional of any. All right, and inside of this constructor I can get the this can get the super message. The name is service error, status code, and this that code. That's the type of types error. Let's see why this is happening. Okay. So we have this export class service error, extend error, and inside of this extend, let me add more. So the code string, the details, any. Okay, fine. So this now is fixed. And next thing, I think this is what we're gonna be using it in our project for now. And then I can go back here. This service error. Let me go back. Yeah, service error. Let me also go back to my shared folder. Let me create one more thing that I'm gonna be needing. So inside of my utils, I'm gonna go in the index file, and here I'm gonna create a new one. So I'm gonna call this export function. I'm gonna call it create. I don't wanna call it create. I'm thinking create service error. Yeah, I think that's fine. Create service error. I'm gonna have in a message of string. I'm gonna have in status code of number, default 500. We're gonna have in a code of string. Gonna have details of any, and we're gonna extend on the types of service error, the one we just created from types. And here we're just gonna return new service error message status code. Yeah, just like that. And now I think we can go ahead and work on our authentication service. So let me close everything up so we don't get confused. Let me close this. Let me go back to services, inside the authentication service, inside of SRC, inside of the Auth Service. Now let's start working on this one. And so we can go ahead and install some packages we need. So npm I, we're gonna need JSON web tokens, just token, and we're gonna need bcrypt js, bslipt js, and I guess that's all. Good. Now let me close this. Can do export class. I'm gonna call it Auth Service. Inside here, I'm gonna have some private methods, private read only, and this is gonna be the JWT secret, which is a string. I'm gonna have private read only. Read only. This is gonna be JWT refresh JWT refresh secret, which is a string. And I have private read only, which is JWT expires, we can call it expires in, which is a string. And I'm gonna have private read only. We're gonna have JWT refresh expires in, which is a string as well. And finally we're gonna have private read only, which is bcrypt, call it bcrypt, just call it rounds, which is a number. Fine. And now I can go here, it's inside of this class, and you can go ahead and do a constructor. And this constructor, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna now add all of these, so I can do this dot jwt secret, which is the process.env, jwt secret, which is a string, jwt refresh token, which is jwt refresh token, jwt expires in, and here maybe I can add some default. 15 minutes is okay. And yeah, jwt refresh expires in 7 days, bcrypt rounds pass int process bcrypt rounds defaults 10. Okay, and here we can do, so we can check if this jwt secret, if this jwt secret or this jwt refresh secret. So if there is not any of those present, we can just throw new error. So we can say jwt secrets are not defined in environment variables. So now let's work on the first one, which is creating a new user, so registering a new user. So it's inside of this auth class. Okay, I can go here. I can do async, I can call it register, async register, and we're gonna take in the email, which is type of string. I'm gonna take in the password, which is type of string, and this is gonna return promise of tokens. Okay, so if you remember from our shared file, types. Okay, nice. And okay, I don't like this. All right, okay, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, all right, come on, stop. Okay, so here let me do this, guys, because next edit suggestions, I don't want that. Yeah, let's keep it simple. So the first thing we need to do, we need to check if user already exists. So we can do const exist, you can call it existing user. You can do await existing user. You can do await prisma from database dot user dot find unique, and inside of here I can check where it goes to this email, and outside of this one I can check, so I can do if existing user. If we have an existing user, we can throw a create service error from our shared util, and here we just need to add a message. So the message is user already exists, and you can throw this status code. So I guess you can already take the idea how this creating this reusable utilities from our shared folder will help us through all of this project. Okay, nice. So now I can go ahead and also add some, like, hash this password. So hash the password. So I can call this const hashed password equals to await bcrypt. I need to import bcrypt. So let me import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, hash this to password and the bcrypt rounds that we have set, And next I can do create the user. So I can do const user equals to await prisma dot create, and the data we need. So I need the email, I need the password, which is the hashed password. All right. Okay. I want to format this because for my document configure I'm gonna use prettier. Yeah, much better. Alright, so now after this we can return something. So outside of this I can just generate tokens. So I can do return this dot generate tokens and the user ID, and so we need to add in the user email. Okay, generate tokens. Generate tokens sit on type of service. Did we not create this method? Yeah, we did not create this method yet. So let's just create it. So still inside of this Auth service, of course. Here I can create this method. So I can do private, and I can call it async generate tokens, which is gonna take in the user ID string, email string, and also it's gonna return this of tokens. And I can go const, I can create the payload. So const payload, taking the email and the user ID. And here I can do I can say generate access tokens. So you can do const access token options. So this is the options we're gonna be needing. And now we need to import this JSON web tokens that we have installed, and I think we need to install its types as well. So I can do import JSON web token. Yeah, I need to install the types for this. So let me copy this, let me install it, and while installing let me also get the types. So I can say this as sign options. All right, and so yeah, let's continue. On our method here, generate tokens. So I'm gonna add in this sign options, and over here I can just say expires in, which is this dot expires in, and you can also say as string value. As you can just say it as string value. We need to import this from ms package. So import from ms string value. Perfect. Okay, and so here expires in as a string value. Access tokens tag options. I think this is okay for now, and now we can also get the token actually. So I can do const access token, which is gonna be jwt.sign. I'm gonna sign in this payload, and this the jwt secret access token options, and this is gonna be a string. Okay, and here I'm gonna do generate refresh tokens. So basically same thing, similar thing, just this time it's a refresh token. So here we are using jwt expires in, here we're using jwt expires in, and also as string value. And now I can go ahead and generate the token. All right, yeah, as string as well. Okay, And after this one, I can stay inside of this method. So after the string, I can store. So I can do store refresh token in the database. First of all, let me do const express at new date. Okay, and we can do express at, we can do set date, we can do express at dot get date, and can add 7 days from now. And after this express at, we can do await prisma dot refresh token dot create, and we can add the data as the following. So save the user ID, save the token, refresh token, and express that. And finally we can return this, so return access token and refresh token. Okay, so this is what we need when we're generating the access token and refresh token for our user. So we come back to this register method we had here. Okay, so the point to login, and I think this is everything you need for user to register. So yeah, this is everything you need actually for user to register. Yeah, and maybe we can add the login. Login is not complicated. Yeah, let's create login so we can be able to test this. So after the register method here, we can add another one. So async login. We're gonna have email and password, return the auth tokens, and we can find the user, and we can just do const user equals to await prisma find unique, and inside of here I can do where email, and after this I can do if there is no user. So if we did not find the user, we can for create service error, I can say user not found, and but I don't like this message, so I'm just gonna say invalid email or password, and let's return 401. Okay, and here we can verify the password. So verify the password. So we can do const is valid password, is password valid, whatever, and you can say await bcrypt compare and password, and also the user.password. So if the password is not valid, we can say the same error, and if everything is okay, we can just return the tokens. All right, yeah, so this is all for logging in. And now what we have to do, we need to create the loads for us to be able to test this, and also we need to create the controller to use this service in. So first of all, let's create the controller. So inside the src, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it auth controller.ts, and here I can get the authentication service. So I'm going to do const auth service equals to new auth service from our authentication service we had earlier. Okay, so now inside of this we need also some other method. So let me check inside of my utils files. So inside the index, inside the utils in the shared folder. So we have the create API response. Yeah, we need also the create success response. Also we need the create error response. So let's create those two. Inside of here, after create API response, after create API response, let's format this. Let's create it here. So I can just add another one, and I can call it export function, and you can call it create success response. And inside of this, we're taking the data, the message. Also, you're using the same the API response as well, since we want the same response format through this application. So yeah, this is what you're gonna be using. Create API response, and now also you can do create error response. And I think this is fine. Do I need the message? Create error response. I can be a none. It can be response, return response, and fine message. Okay. Create error response. I don't know if I wanna return something. Like I don't know if I wanna return a message when there's an error. Yeah, let's remove this message, and let's also do this. So gonna be false. I can just make it undefined, and the message undefined. Yeah, this is much better, I guess. I think, yeah. Okay. Okay. So for our controllers, we need to create some usable middleware, which is async handler. So we need to be able to handle our async. And inside of I'm gonna create a new folder in the middleware, and I'm gonna call it index. So this is where all of our authentication stuff based will be at, or another one. But for now we need this one, so we need to call it export function. Call it async handler, which is gonna take in a function which is request from express response, which is response. I'm gonna have in the next, which is next function, and this is gonna return a promise of any. Okay, and yeah, this can be inside of it. This is the function actually. This is the function that we take in the request and response. Next function, let's import it here. So import everything from express. That's why we installed express from the beginning. And inside of this one, we're just gonna return request, and when I return the request and response next function, and this time it's gonna be a void. Inside of here, we're just gonna do promise dot resolve, and it's gonna be function taking the request, response, and the next. Here we're just gonna catch, and it's gonna be next. Okay, yeah, this is all we need for this. So this is what we're gonna be using in all our controllers inside of our services. Okay, so from inside of our authentication service of controller, now we can go ahead and keep working on it. What's this? Okay, I need to insert types from my shared. Let me create a new folder, a new terminal. I'm gonna go cd shared. Let me install this, and while it's starting, I can go ahead and continue this. Okay, so here my controller, I'm gonna create a new one. So export const register. Since we are a register, and use async handler from our middleware, and instead of here I'm gonna do async, just async please, and here taking the request of request, taking the response, okay, and as type of response, of course, no need for next function, and here we're taking it like this. So let's import all of this here on top. We can do import from Express. I need to install the types. Okay, I don't even have it installed in here, so I can do npm express from the authentication service. Now let me start the types. Good. Okay, so inside of here, all I have to do is to use my authentication service I have created. So const get the email from the request.body, const tokens goes to await Auth Service dot register, taking the email and password, and all I have to do here is just return the response. So let's dot status 201, and since we want the type of format to be the same through our application, so we're just gonna use the create success response we have created inside of our utils. So passing the tokens as the data and also the message we want the user to see. Perfect. And for login, it's gonna be similar. So export const login, nothing really complicated. And here taking the email and password, taking the Auth Service login email and password from our authentication service, and yeah, create success response, which we return our tokens, Auth tokens, the ones we have defined the types of this, which we are returning here, and also the message. Yeah, so this is kind of everything we need for now, but of course we're gonna be coming into it for creating on the refresh token stuff, and also for getting logging out, validating the token, getting the profile, getting the user account. Yeah, all of that we're gonna be doing it, but for now I think we can go ahead and continue by creating the routes for this. So inside of my SRC I can create routes.ts, and here I can go ahead and import, I can call it, it's called router from Express, and I can also go ahead and import everything as Auth controller from authentication controller. Okay, now for validating, if you remember the inside of the validation, we have created these schemas, right? Yeah, of course, this is where we're gonna be using them. But before that, for validating requests, and also for the for validating this request, we need to create some kind of util that will help us to use it through the whole microservices. So you guessed it right, we're gonna go inside of our shared and inside of our middleware, since this is run inside before anything, and after the async handler I can create I can create a method, so I can call it export function. I can call it validate request. So we want to validate the request, which will take in the schema, so the schema that we have created, and we're gonna return gonna be a void request next function that we have already imported. Inside of this, we can get the const error from the schema.validate.request.body. That's it enough. And here you can check, so if the error, and you can get the const errors. You can maybe define the types, so it's gonna be a string of an array and object, and you can do errors, error dot you can get the details. You can go do for each, and here you can get this detail as okay, it's any, and outside of this I can just return this as this, and here I can get the const field. I'm trying to get the detail path.join, and I can do if no error, so if no error, and then get in the field here. I can do error.field details, so errors field, I can just return empty. So errors field, if no errors field, if don't know if okay, let me just return a message as is suggesting. And after this we can push the errors, so errors.field dot push detail.message. Okay, so let me see what I did wrong. So const errors equals to, yeah, this is why. Okay, this one can also be empty. Yeah, and here finally we can do return res.status 400.json, and inside here we can success to false, message validation error, and also you can return this error, and here we can get the next. Let me see why this is happening. Is not assignable to type of void. Okay, let me remove this void, but this now is gonna give me this warning saying not all codes returns a value. Okay, let's ignore it for now. Yeah, let's ignore it for now. We're gonna come back to it. Let's go back to our routes inside of authentication service. So since you have this now, you can do const router equals to router, and here we can define some public routes, such as the one for registering is public, so router dot post register. But before we can register user, we need to validate. So validate request, we need to pass in the schema, so register schema that we have created, register schema, and now we can go ahead and add in. So this code we learn before it reach this one. So here we're just validating this schema that we have created here. So we need to make sure that the request has all of these request we are defined. So this is how I want the request to be like. So we need to make sure that this is it, and we're using this validate request method we just created to help us validate that. Okay, so you're gonna be using this through all of this, and you can do the same thing. So for login, I don't know if you have login schema. Yes, we have a login schema, so let's use that. Login schema, perfect. So login schema, and for now this is what we have. We're gonna come back when we want to add more routes, and finally here what we need to do, we need to create the root file, so which is index.ts. So this is where we're gonna be also starting our application, setting up everything. Yeah, so let me install some packages that we're gonna be needing. So npm I calls hermit.env, and yeah, this is pretty much all for now. And here we can of course import express, import express from express, import calls from calls, import hermit from hermit, import.env from .env. Seems like we need to install some types for this, so let me install it. Let me install it right now. Nice. So this is installed. I can now load environment variables .env.config. I can create the app, so const app goes to express, const port process.env port, and authentication service, I want it to run on port 3001, and here we can add the security middlewares. So we're gonna app.use calls. For later we're gonna add some more configurations, the global configuration that we're gonna be using through this whole application, but for now this is fine. And we can also add this like pass body, so we can do app.use express.json. We can limit it to 10 megabytes, and also I can do app.use express.ur encoded, extend it to true. We already have the limits. I don't think I need to add it again. And yeah, this is kind of all for now, so that we can be able to test this. So let me do app.listen, and we need to pass in the port, and inside of here we can do console.log. Auth Service is running on port. Yeah, nice. And you can say console.log environment process.env. Yeah, maybe we can also do console.log. We can say f check at, yeah, this is fine, and you can export default app. Yeah, this should be okay. This should be fine. This should be everything we need for now. Let me start npm run dev. Okay, dev, we don't have this yet, so we need also to configure this. Okay, let me go to my package.json. Yeah, indeed we do not have it, so let me turn this into dev and we're gonna be using nodemon. So let me start npm I nodemon, and I'm gonna insert it as the device dependencies. Okay, and here I can do nodemon, and let me do xcake, and let me use this. I wanna do npx ts node, and I can say, okay, hold on, let me move this, or let me keep it here for now. And the string side of this one, I can say I can use the transpire memory, and yeah, let me add this inside actually. Yeah, now I think it should run. Yeah, let's check. Pimline dev. Okay, yeah, nice, it's running. Environment undefined. This is because we did not add anything inside of the environment file. So let me check again. Not here. Let me close everything actually. So inside my index, I have this port, and also I have this .env. Okay, so let me add those that we need. So inside of here, okay, I need to remove all of this. We're gonna come back to this when we create our database inside of Docker, but for now we just wanna get this running. So let me remove this actually, and let me add maybe some comments. Database, just database is enough. And now I can do add one for my server, and just say port, which is 2001, and also I can say .env, which is the environment. And let me check the authentication service. We have defined some things. So Auth Service, we have defined this JWT secret, JWT refresh secret, and JWT expires in JWT. Okay, yeah, let me add this here. Boom. Okay, let's make sure that this is correct. Okay, what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, doesn't make sense. Yeah. So this is what we need for now. And let me remove this quote here. Okay, what's the issue here? Okay, I see now. I see it fine. And what else did we have? We had these bcrypt rounds. So let me go back here, and I can add in the security. Can add bcrypt rounds, which is 10. Yeah, I think this is everything, and I can stop it now. I can restart it, and I should be able to read from our environment variables. Yeah, Okay, this is a great achievement for now. Yeah, the first service is running, but of course we're gonna write some tests. We're gonna create some tests and test if authentication work before we can go ahead and continue developing it. I think what we have already is pretty enough to get started with testing. And yeah, so yeah, let's go ahead and continue with this. So let's continue. All right, so now you have the basic of the authentication service working. I mean, it's not really, we didn't check if it's actually working, but we have the server up and running without throwing us in errors. So for us to be able to test these endpoints that we have created, we will have to create the database. So in order to test that, we need to create some kind of database. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a new file, and that file is gonna be just here in the root file and the root folder. So I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it docker compose.yml, and here this is where I'm gonna create my service, which is Postgres. So I'm gonna define my service, and I'm gonna state Postgres, and here I'm just gonna get the image. You can choose the image if you want Postgres. I'm gonna get the latest version of this one, and I can give it a name, container name, and I'm gonna call this the name of my application. So the NotesVerb, I can just say Postgres, NotesVerb Postgres, and now I can set up the environment. So I'm gonna have the user NotesVerb, just this one. So NotesVerb password, and I can just maybe say try this, and I can also have the database, just NotesVerb. So this is the default database. And now the ports, so where we want to run, the Postgres always runs on this port. And for the volumes, Postgres data is always in this type of format. So Postgres underscore data vary Postgres. Okay. Yeah, but what we want to actually do, we want when the system starts to create some databases for us, so we don't have to do it manually. So I wanted the system, when we start this service, to be able to create a database for us. And so let me close other files. So I'm gonna close others. I'm gonna go inside here, and I'm gonna create this file. So init database, and I'm gonna call it SQL. And inside here I wanna define, so let me add some comments. So I'm gonna call it initialize separate database for each microservice, and I can just say this script will runs when Postgres SQL container starts for the first time. Okay, and here what I want to do here, I want to create database for each service. And the first database I'm going to create the create database, and I'm going to call it NotesVerb, and I'm going to call it Authentication. Okay, so this is the database name I'm going to create. And maybe where I'm still here, let me create database NotesVerb. This time it's gonna be users, and make sure to add these endings. Okay, and create database for the nodes, and also gonna have Rust database, create database. This one is gonna be for the tags. Okay, so this is the 4 databases we're gonna be running, and after we have created that, we can grant permissions to the NotesVerb user. So here we can grant some permissions, so grant or privileges, and we're gonna on the database, so on database which is NotesVerb, and the user is NotesVerb. So if you remember, this is the user we are talking about here. Okay, so you can even copy it and add it here to make sure it didn't mess up. So let's do the same thing for other databases, for the users, for the nodes, and for the tags. Okay, so this file will run when the container starts. So for that to happen, we need to specify it inside of my Docker compose file, and I'm gonna come after this line, so I can just say, and I'm gonna do the name of this file, so which is in the root folder. It's called init. Make sure I don't spell it long. Into database.sql. So init database.sql, and make sure that's correct, and I can just run it inside of this file, this one. So docker entry point init db .d init database.sql. So this will make sure it runs when the the container runs for the first time. Okay, so for the volumes, we already have the volumes. Now we need the networks, and network, I can call it to whatever I want. Yeah, NotesVerb database, NotesVerb is fine. Now we need to define it on the bottom here. So I can just say networks, and I give it a name. Network, the verb network, the driver is gonna be bridge. Okay, all right, so now we can go ahead and run this. So let me open my terminal. Let me go back to my root folder of this. Let me zoom it a bit, and now I can do, so I can run this command docker compose app-d, and since this is the first time we're gonna be running it, it's gonna pull the database from the Docker Hub repositories or something. So let me run this. Okay, service Postgres refer to undefined volume Postgres data. Okay, we need to create this volume as well. Yeah, we have defined this volume, but we did not create it. So the same way we created the the network, we also need to create this one volume. So Postgres data, we don't need to define the let's leave it like this for now. So now let me run it again. Now we have defined this Postgres data, so run it. Okay, and now it's pulling the database from the Docker Hub IO. It's downloading the image. Download is complete. It's downloading everything it needs. It's extracting it, and the network is created, volume is created, container is running. So let me go to my Docker, and now you can see here in my Docker desktop application, I have this one running. Inside of this, I have the Postgres with the test version. So let's go inside and see what happened. Okay, so let me check on from the beginning here, and you can see performing bootstrap installation. Okay, then I'm just trying to find where the script runs when the one we defined. Okay, here, over here. So create database, user, localbase, and as you can see, it's running our file we have created. So create database, and also it's granting the permissions that we have defined. And after that, it's shut down, then it restarted again, and now it's ready to start and accept connections. Amazing. Okay, so let me go back to my editor and I guess now if I go to my cd of service, I can do npx prisma migrate dev. Should be able to migrate without any issues. Okay, it has okay. Yeah, we need to add the, if you remember, inside of our services of service set.env, we remove the URL that we had earlier since we already created a new database. So now we need to give it the actual database that we have defined here inside of our Docker Compose file. Okay, so let's create the URL. So the database, the format is gonna be like this: Postgres SQL. So Postgres SQL, and it's gonna be the username. So username is this one. Go back here, paste this name. Then we're gonna have the database password, or the Postgres password, which is the second one. So let's go back here, it's added. And where is it running? It's running on localhost. And which database do we need? So for this one, it's this one. So for the authentication, we need this authentication database. Yeah. And yeah, now it should run without any issues. So let's do the migrate command again. Now we need to give it a name. So this is just unit the first run, and your database is now in sync with your schema. Nice. And now I guess we can start the service. So npm run dev. The service is running. And now to test this everything, if it's working, I'm gonna be using Postman. I'm gonna be using Postman here, but you can use any API testing client that you prefer, but I'm gonna be using Postman since it's what I use every time. Okay, so if you have Postman and you're on the home page, you can go ahead and get a new request and choose the type of request. So for us, it's gonna be a post request, because if you remember, inside of our SRC, inside of our routes, we have it as post request. So this is what we're gonna be going for. And what's the URL? So this is the URL, is running on port 3001. And remember, this is just for testing. Later on, every request, they're gonna go through the API gateway. So just for us to test if this works. So the URL / register. Yeah. The body, what we need in the body, so we're gonna go to law. We need to pass it as JSON. So let me go back to my controller. The register one. Inside the body, we need the email and the password. So let me add in the email. user@test.com. Need the password. Password 123. Alright. Let me just format it. And I just remembered this won't work since, let me stop this. This will not work since inside of our main file, which is index.js, we are not using these louds anyway. So let me go back here inside the index. Yeah, we're not using the louds anywhere, so we need to import it first. So let me import the louds, and can go import, can call it earth louds from /route, and I guess we need to use it. Yeah. So we need to use it after here. After this, we're gonna be adding some error handlers later once we have tested. So we can just call this API routes, and here I can just app.use, and I'm gonna call it off, and I can pass in the authentication nodes. Okay. All right. Why is it giving us this error? Did we not export it? Okay, we did not export it, so I can do export default router. All right. Let me try this. Let me check my. Let me start my service. So I'm gonna restart this. Okay. All right. I expected this to happen. Since we are using this path, it's not gonna be working well for now. Let's stop it. So instead of doing this for now, so we can be able to test, we're gonna try to set it up the correct way. So for now, I'm gonna go to my routes, and I'm gonna try to go to, wait, let me do this. So I'm gonna go, it's outside here, outside here, outside of this, and I can go to the share, then middleware. Okay, should be okay. Now also you need to do the same thing for my controller, so of controller, and shared middleware. Yeah, and same thing for the utils, and this time it's just gonna be utils, no need for that. Where am I using it? Yeah, inside of this one as well. So outside, shared, utils. All right. And yeah, anyways, I think this should be working now. So let's run it. Perfect. It's running without any issue now. That means we can go ahead and test. So let me check my index file again. So now we have added this auth, so we need to extend it to this one. So I'm gonna add auth, so I should register. And this is the body we need. So we need the email, we need the password. So let's test the validation first. So let me add this like this, and let me send. Nice. And so you can see this is working as we wanted, and it's formatting in the way that we have defined. So everything here, let me show you what we have done. Everything here is coming from this validate request. So let's show you how this works now. So we are mapping the errors message, and now we are returning this in this format we wanted. If we didn't do this, they will not coming this way. Okay, so you can see validation error, the password and errors is coming in the beautiful way that we can use in our front end. Password must be at least 8 characters long, so you also get the idea why we are doing this. Nice. And let me take it back. Let me try to validate the email as well. Send. Email must be a valid email address. Perfect. And now let me send this request. Okay, password must at least one uppercase. That's fine. Let's make this password one uppercase. So password must include one uppercase. Let me send the request. Nice. So we have the authentication access token, we have the refresh token, and the message is the user registered successfully. And you can see this is the format that we are returning. This is the format that we have defined to be this way. We have defined it to be this way, which is a best practices. Every time you have to define what kind of format you want your backend to be returning. Yeah, so create successful response, which is this one we have defined over here. data message. So create API response, true, and data is the tokens, the message is the this one that we have defined over here, and this is the data and the success of true or false, which is defined over here. Now if you try to register again, user already exists. Okay, this is normal that it's showing off this way. We didn't add the error handling to be correct, but we're gonna be working on error handling next. So you already saw that the authentication was working, and you can check that by also opening the Prisma Studio. So cd Auth Service, services, and you can go cd Auth Service into npx Prisma Studio, and this will go ahead and open up the Prisma Studio. Yeah, so we have one refresh token, and also we have one user. So this is the user, and the refresh token is over here. Okay, perfect. So you saw that is working. Now we can go ahead and handle these errors to be better. So we don't want the errors to be showing this way. This is not clean at all. So for error handling, it's all gonna happen inside of our index file, but we're gonna be creating a global error handler that we're gonna be using through this whole application. So you already guessed it, we're gonna be creating the error handler inside of our shared folder. So I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna go inside of my shared folder, and inside of where do I want to put it? I want to add it inside of utils maybe, or maybe I can just add it inside the error handler, inside the middleware. Yeah, it makes sense since it's the middleware inside the index.js. So let me go here, validate request. After this, let me add here, can do export function error handler, and inside of this you're gonna be having the error, which is type of service error. We didn't create this type yet, so we need to go inside of our types index, and we need to create the after service error. We have it, service error. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, I was wondering why it's not showing when we already have this. Okay, so after this, request, which is type of request, response, which type of response, next, which is next function, and now inside of this one, we can create side of I can define the way I want my errors to be logged. So let me go here inside of the types index.js, and I'm gonna create the log error that has also a context. So I'm gonna do export function, and I can call it log error, and inside here I can have error type error, and also the context, which is optional. It's gonna be a record of string or any type. Okay, and here it's gonna return void, and inside of this one I can just do console.error, and I can say no need to specify error.message. I can just say error occurred. Yeah, here I can just add object, and I can give it a message, goes to error.message. The stack, it's gonna be error.stack. the context, just gonna be context, and also I can add maybe timestamp. It's gonna be to new date, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, and I can go back to my middleware, so I can continue working on this error handler, and now I can use this log error from the types. You can pass in the error and also this object, and inside of this, and to add in the method. So method, which method was used, so we're gonna get it from the request.method, which URL, I'm gonna get it from the request.url, from the body, what was in the body, and the params, the query. Nice. And here you can do const status, you can get the status code. It's gonna be equal to error.status code, or by default it's 500, so const message, it's gonna be equal to error.message, and by default it's gonna be internal server error. And finally you can do res.status, passing the status code, and .json. We're gonna use our create error response, passing the message. Why isn't it importing for some reason? Okay, create error response. Do I have it? Create error response. Why did I create it? Create successful response, create error response. Did I not create it? Did I just create the create error response? Hold on, inside the utils, create error response, it's here. Should be able to import without any issues. Yeah, okay, it's here over here. So create error response. So this is our error handler for now, and it should be okay. Okay, so also run this next. Yeah, okay. So now let me close this up, and we can go back to our index file. So from authentication service, so services, authentication service, inside of the index file, and before the loads, after this middleware of passing the body JSON, we can add or maybe after the routes, yeah, after the routes you can add error handling middleware. So you can just do app.use, you can do error handler from this file. Alright, so let me fix this, since we saw that it's not working for us for now. Shared middleware. Okay, hopefully now if we check our service and let's close this, pmrun dev, and let's try the same request that we have created. Let me send the request. Finally, so you can see that our error handling is now working much better than what we had before. Yes. So now you can see the log error with context we have created. So you as the developer, you will see this inside of your login, but the user will not get the those type of you will not send this type of errors inside of your front end. So you just get it in the console or whatever you want. And yeah, so this is the error through the stack, show you where the issue was at, which file, and yeah, you can go ahead and examine it and try to fix the issue, and also show you the timestamp when the issue was created, as well as the URL. Yep, so this is fine. Authentication service is working. We have the error handling, and yeah, we can go ahead and continue with other authentication stuff that we need. Let's continue. Alright, so yeah, since we have checked that it's working, we can go ahead and create the remaining in our authentication service. So before this generate token method, I can go after the login. I can just create another one. So I'm gonna create async. It's gonna be called refresh token, just token. It's gonna have in the take in the refresh token, which type of string. It's gonna return of promise of tokens. And here we're gonna do a try catch, and inside of this one, I'm gonna first of all verify the refresh token. So I can do const decoded. It's gonna be equal to jw2 verify, and inside of here I pass in this refresh token that we received, and I can get the one from our secret as well. I'm passing the secret, and this is gonna be as jwt payload. Okay, after this we can check if if the refresh token exists in the database. So we can do const, can you call it stored token, you can do await prisma.find unique refresh token, and inside of here I can search where and just search for the token that is refresh token, and you can also include user to be true. Okay, so if there is no stored token, or the stored token dot expires at, it's already past the date we gave it, we can just tell the user. So for create service error, you can say invalid or expired refresh token 401, and if that's not the case, you can just do generate new tokens. So you can do const tokens. It's gonna be equals to await this dot generate token, and here you can pass in the stored token dot user dot id and get the email as well. So user dot email, and here you can delete the old refresh token. So you can do await prisma dot refresh token, and you can do delete. Okay, perfect. And where equals the id equals to store token dot id. Nice. And finally we can just return the tokens, and here so we can check if the error is equals to instance of service error. Let me see, service error. Do I have it imported? Yeah, I should got that service error. We can just say, yeah, we can just throw the error basically. Yeah, that's enough. And after this, you can just create invalid refresh token. So this is for refreshing tokens, getting a new one. So user doesn't have to be logged out for them when the token expires they had before. And let's create a new method for logging out. So async this is basically it. So when we want to log out to user, we just delete this refresh token, and yeah, that's everything we need for logging out. And also we need another method that we'll be using when working with other services, so which means validating the token that we receive from other services. So we can do async validate token. This one will be receiving from other services. The other services will be sending us this token, so we need to make sure that this token is actually here and we know about it. So we can do constant decoded GW2 verify token, this .gw2 create, and we can check. So check if user exists. So we can do const user find one, find unique, and where the ID is got decoded .user ID. Alright, and here I can check if the user doesn't exist. We can return this service error invalid token 404, or we can say user not found. Nice, and here we can just return decoded. Okay, why is this showing error? We do secret. Okay, we need to do something inside of the error, so we can do the same thing. And yeah, okay, create service error. There's no need for this. Yeah, and token verification failed, and yeah, this is pretty much it for the user. And we just need some few methods, which is the async get use but still inside of course the Auth Service class. So async get user by ID. Get user by ID, we need the user ID, and here we can just do const user equals to await prisma.user.find unique, and here we can just do where equals to user ID, and we can select what we need. So we need the ID, the email, the created that, the updated that, so that the fields that we need to get. So if we don't have the user, we can create service error, and if you have the user, you can return the user. And the last one we need to do is for deleting the user account. So async delete user ID, return a promise of void, because so we don't return anything. Await prisma.user.read, and here where ID equals to user.id. Perfect. So now we need to include those new methods inside of our routes, and yeah, but before we can do that, we need to add them to the controller. Yeah, and so for refresh token, but controller, as you know, it's always easier since we already did the hard work inside of the service. So for the refresh token, so export const refresh token, and yeah, let me see, refresh token, need to pass in the async. Okay, it's taking the request, taking the response, and here we just need to get the refresh token from the request body, and here you can just do await Auth Service dot refresh tokens, called refresh token, not tokens, and we pass in the refresh token. Good, and here we can just return, so there's the status, create success response, pass in okay, I need to return the tokens. Yeah, and here I can just return the tokens. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine, successful. Token refresh successfully. And now for logging out, so export const logout. Same thing. So you can just get the refresh token as well. So const refresh token from the body, and here await of service dot logout refresh token. We can return a message. Can release the status. Can maybe return successful response. .json user log successfully, and the other ones are for the validating token. So we can do export const validate token, and boom. Instead of this, what I need to do is get the authentication header. So const of header equals from the request dot headers. Let me get this authorization. Okay, and I can get the token. So const token equals to authentication header and authentication spirit, and get the second item, and if there is no token, you can return this dot status, and here we can return 401. For the JSON, we can return create error response, and here we can just say no need for this, so just passing the message, and no token provided is fine. Yeah, no token provided is fine. And here we can just do after checking if no token, and do const payload cost await of service dot validate token, and finally we can do this dot status create successful response, passing the payload, and token is valid. Okay, and another one you can call export const get profile, create get profile, and inside of this one can get the user ID. So we get it this way, user request dot user ID. So this is showing the user does not exist on the types of okay, we'll fix this later. For now, let's just do if there is no user, return this response, and now you can do const user equals to await, and you can just correlate profile by ID equals to user ID, and here you can return the okay, let's check that, but you can just return the profile. And finally, last one is the deleting. So export const delete account, okay. Here we can just get the user ID, same thing. Yeah, so if no user ID, and yeah, well, but if we just do Okay, let's return value. And let's check why this one is not working. So let me go back to my shared folder. I'm gonna go inside of the middleware index. Since our async handler is over here, let me add some global. Okay, so I can do extend. I can say extends express request interface. Okay, and I can declare this. So global, you get the namespace of express. I can add interface to the request. So what do I want to add? I want to add the user, which is type of any for now. And now if we check our controller, the user is no longer showing us this issue. And all we did was fixing it inside of our shared folder. Perfect. So now we have the controllers working. We can go back to our routes, so we can add the remaining routes. So inside of routes, here after the login, since these are public routes, so let's add them public routes. Let me add it here. So router.post of controller auto refresh token, but also we need to validate this. So validate request and pass in the refresh token schema. And don't forget to add this. Perfect. And another public route is for logging out. And yeah, since when you're logging out, you need to provide the refresh token. So let's also validate this and pass in the refresh token schema. Perfect. Yeah. And the other one we need to add over here is the token validation endpoint. So this will be for other services. Okay, so it's gonna be a post as well, router.post. It's gonna be our /validate of controller.validate token. And for the protected routes, so protected routes, protected routes, and this is gonna be the get one. So get the profile of controller dot don't know why adding this, but validate token not validate, but get profile. Another one is for greeting, so router.greet profile, and this one is gonna be on of controller greet account. But as you can see, this is not really protected routes, since there is no middleware here protecting it. So this anyone can access it without really validating it. So what we need to do before we can test, maybe we can add some we think we can add the middleware for protecting it. So where we check if the user has a valid token, and yeah. Okay, let me first of all start this, let's test it. Let's see what we got so far. Before we can continue, let's see if everything is still running as expected. Okay, and I think we messed up somewhere, and this is inside of which file? So the controller, where did we import? Not controllers, but I guess inside those services. Yeah, so this one should not be from this, but similar to this one. Let me just add the correct path. Thread types. Okay, well, let's run this. So let me add these routes. Perfect. So let's test the login one. So we have this user created inside our database. Since we try to log it, since we try to create one, they say us that the user is already here. Let me create a new collection. NotesVerb API. Nice. So let me just duplicate this request and go here. This one's gonna be on login, the body, this one. Let me log in. Okay, so I'm logging in successfully. Let me save this, and this is the refresh token that we have, and I should also test the get profile one. Let me duplicate. This one is the get method. Let me see. Yeah, this one's gonna be on profile. To the body, let's see what we need. We just need the user ID. Request that user. Yeah, this will come from the request. Can we retest it? Yeah, okay. We need to add in the token. Get user by ID. Yeah, this is not really. If we send, I know we get some errors. Unauthorized. Yeah, expected. Figure the headers or authorization. We can add beer token. Let's get one from when we log in. Access token. Let me copy this. Let me paste the token here. Let me try to get the profile. Okay. Yeah. So this one is, we actually get the correct one from our user services. This is just forget. I think, yeah, this will be used inside of the user services for testing. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. So, but what we have already is working, and yeah, we need to work on the user service to see that. So the next step is to create some tests and make sure that everything is in place. So we need to write some tests, and for testing purposes, we're gonna for writing some tests, we're gonna be using let's see, we're gonna be using just. So we're gonna be setting up this jest, which is for JavaScript testing. So this is the tool we're gonna be using when writing our tests. All right, click on get started. We need to install it, so copy the command. Let's pause everything here, and I'm gonna close this Postman. Yeah, well, I'm gonna paste it from my authentication service, since this is where we're gonna be writing these tests. So let's wait for it to finish downloading or installing this package. Let me look at the documentations. Okay, we can JSON. Okay. Let me see. Config. Okay. So the package is inside now, but we need to configure it to we need to configure it for testings, and I think also we need to initialize types. So dev, we can call this add types /jest, and you can see that we're installing everything as dev dependencies. So now we need to set up the testing. So inside of my authentication service, I need to create a new file. I can call it jest.config.js. Okay, and this file, this is where we're going to be defining our testing. So instead of writing this configuration file from scratch, I already have it prepared for you. And yeah, this is what it looks like. So the preset, we are using the TypeScript JS preset. The testing environment is Node. The directory inside of SRC, we're gonna be creating the test folder. This is where we're gonna be writing all our tests. Okay, transform and correct path and the coverage, setup files, and we're gonna be creating the setup file inside of the root directory, inside of the tests. And also we are making it sure that it knows this one that we have shared file included. We have it here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. And now since we have defined this test folder, we need to create it inside of our outside of SRC, but inside of here it's our tests. And inside of this one, I can type the first file, which is setup.ts. So this is where we're gonna set up our test that will help us set up this testing. So like such as mocking up the environment variables. So the first environment variable that we're gonna be mocking is this ones. So we're gonna be mocking these environment variables that we have in our authentication service. So we already have these ones here. Okay, and we also need to mock the Prisma client. So we can do mock Prisma client. So we can do const mock Prisma client, build an object. Let's have a user. Let's have the create method, which is the JS.function. Find unique JS function. Find many JS function. Update, delete the count JS function. And also let's have the refresh token, since this is what we have in our database. So refresh token, we are same thing. and also have the delete many since we are deleting some sessions. So after define many, you can have delete many just function, and let's also add the disconnect, the connect one, and after this, let's import our database configuration so that we have inside of this database. So let's try to get that, and we can also mark the database module. So we can just do gist.mark, and let's get this directory. So it's inside of here, src database, so src database, and here I can just get the mark is my client. Perfect. And here I can do global dot mark prisma. I can call it mark prisma equals to mark prisma client. So this is just no, this is just marking test utilities. Okay, and yeah, I guess that's pretty much what we need for now. So if we need more things, we're gonna come back to this, but here inside of this text folder, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it auth. We're gonna test the authentication service, so .test.ts, and here this is where I'm gonna be writing our test. So for now, we're just gonna be testing what we already have for now, and if we add more stuff, we're gonna be coming to it. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need to mark some, so we can mark external dependencies such as the bcrypt. So we can do gist.mark, can do bcrypt bcrypt.js, and here I can just say the hash is gonna be equals to gist dot function, and the compare, so we're just marking this, and also it's more the JSON name token. We need the sign and the verify, and also the gist, the UUID one. We are just marking some external dependencies, the v4 just function, and we can just keep it simple here. And now we can import the we can import them here. So import marked modules. So import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, import JWT, import v4 as UUID. We need to install it here. So npm iUUID. Alright, it's installed. So what we need to do now, we can start by typing our test. So let me go here, and I can do describe, and I can call what I need. So I can do I can call it Auth Service, and this is just where we're gonna be adding our test. So we can do that. Auth service goes to type of service. Okay, and of course we need to import auth service. So of here on top, can import auth service from SRC since we are outside of it. Yeah, perfect. And now we need to create some more utils inside of our setup file, so that will help us, like for example resetting all mocks. So inside of the setup here, I need to get one more util that I'm gonna be needing. So here I can come and do, can say repair function, and I can call it export function. I can call it reset or mocks, and it's gonna do object dot values mock prisma client, and I get the mock prisma client dot user, and we can get for each, and we can get the mock. And instead of here, I can just do if just dot is mock function, passing this mock. I can just do mock dot reset, and outside of here, I can do also object dot refresh token. So do the same thing for refresh token. And yeah, this is pretty much what I need to do. And also for the first test should be easy. So let me go to my auth service. Let me see what I need to test. So let me go back on top. Okay. So we are throwing an error if the environment variables are not set. So like for the JWT secret and refresh token secret. So maybe the first test will be, we should test if the constructor initializes with environment variables, right? Okay, and also we're gonna check if it will throw an error when there is no JWT secret defined. You're gonna be checking if it throw an error where there is no JWT refresh secret is defined. Perfect. Let's test that. So let's go back to the auth test, and here I'm gonna do describe, not inside of this one, but this, since we're still inside of here, let's finish setting it up. So we can do before all, we can reset the token, we can reset the mocks. So we can do reset or mocks from our service, and also let's do initialize. So this will happen before anything else, new service. And yeah, okay, so now you can go ahead and write some basic tests for now. So the describe, and we can call this constructor. Okay, constructor So they're testing now our class in the here, and yeah, this is what they actually need to initialize the environment variables. So yeah, let me type this. So this should initialize the environment variables defined. So what do we expect? So we expect Auth Service. Didn't we? Why isn't it showing here as I want it to? Oh, because I'm outside. Okay, I should be inside of this Auth Service class. Yeah. That's why I was not getting what I need. So I can do Auth Service, and I want it to be instance of Auth Service. Yeah, the first test is simple. We're just testing our class if they load with all environment variables. Okay. And maybe we should run this. Maybe we should run this to see if it runs. But first we need to set up the commands that we need to when we're running the test. So let me go inside of my package.json. We only have one command. Let's add another one. We still on this test. So this one is gonna be just simple as that. Just, and that should be all. So let's open back our folder for our terminal, npm test. Let's see what happened. Okay, test just not found. So it's saying that test just is not found, so which means we need to install this. So npm I let me install it as dev dependencies. So call it tsjs since we're using TypeScript. Let me install this one as dev dependency. It's running. Let me run the test. Let's see if our first test will pass. Okay. So Auth Service global.mockprisma is returning some errors. Has no index signature. Okay. Inside of our setup. We are getting some errors about the mock prisma we are running. Global. Okay, so where is it? SRC database. Mock prisma equals to mock prisma client. Preset has any type of because type of properties has no index signature. 35 rhymes at 5. Global dot mock prisma client. Okay, what's the issue with this one? Okay. Let me see why this is happening. Let me try to understand. What is the okay? Maybe I can. Let me try this. Declare to create some global types for this to see. So we can do the mock Prisma, type of mock Prisma client. Yeah, let's see. Hopefully this runs. Okay. Perfect. So our first test is running, and it's the simple one of service to be simple to be this one. And the second test, we should check if the if it throws an error when the JWT secret is not defined. So when there's no JWT secret, it should throw some error. And let's test that. So after this test, this one stay inside of my Auth Service. You can check it. It should for an error. Yeah, show an error if JWT secret. If it should for, let's be more specific, if JWT underscore secret is not configured. Okay, so here I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do to make this work. I can delete the process.env JWT secret, and what we're gonna expect, we're gonna expect this. So new gonna be new Auth Service. I'm gonna be expecting it to throw some error. So to throw, okay, I'm used to throw, and the message is important that the message matches node services. Let me check this. Yeah, JWT secrets. Let's copy this, go back here, let's import it, and after this I can do process.env JWT secret equals to text. Yeah, like this should. Now let's run this test again. Let's see what happens when there is no JWT secret defined. Fine. So this is running. Let me show you something. Let me try to change this message. Let me remove environment variables. Now this is in our Auth Service, not inside our test. So let's say someone let's change this, and when we run the test, see what happened. Yeah, so this will fail. Why is it failing? Because we are receiving the expected substring. We are expecting this, but we are receiving this JWT not defined environment. So this is why writing test is very important. This will make sure that nothing is messed up and everything is still running as expected. So let's put it back as it is, and this should be running without an issue. Nice, tests are passing for now. Okay, and let's go ahead and add more tests. So what's the next test should we add? 1 second, guys. I'm gonna do something. Yeah. So what's the next test should I add? The next test, I should also, like, similar thing to this one. we can check if the JWT refresh token is there. So let me just copy this one since it is similar. So this time it's not gonna be JWT secret. Yeah, it's gonna be JWT secret, but this time it's gonna be refresh JWT refresh secret. JWT refresh token is not configured, and this time it's gonna be processed. And you know what it is. Tag, add this here. Let me change this. Come on, be useful. Yeah, let me move these comments. And now let's run the test. They should run without any issues. Yeah, tests are running without errors. So now let's go ahead and actually test our login. So here we was just testing our register constructor, so our class where we was testing it to see if everything works well. But now let's go ahead and test our authentication. So which means we will need to add some mocking values such as mocking the UUID, adding the hash, the compare, everything like that, stuff like that. So over here, after this, like before everything else, let's add this mocking. So you can do setup default mock implementations. We can do mocked UUID version 4, and I can do mock return value test UUID. Let's add 1 2 3 4, and why is this throwing this error? Mocked UUID 4, did you not add it? Let me add it over here. So I can do const mocked UUID 4. It's gonna have the equals to UID as just mocked function type of UID v4, and also let's add const mocked more, let's call it mocked bcrypt to bcrypt as mocked function mocked JWT. Yeah, and now we can go ahead and add this. So what is this issue? Maybe we can ignore it for now. Let's just mocked bcrypt.hash as just mock resolved value hashed password. Nice. Mock bcrypt compare, it's gonna mock resolved value. Nice. Mocked JWT dot sign return mock return value. Yeah, mock JWT return verify to, maybe we can actually return the maybe we can actually type what kind of response you need. Yeah, let's go to the setup. Let me add some more data that we may be needing. So after this test, I can call it test JWT payload can import this, and this one's gonna have the user ID, test user ID, email. Let's make it into for now. Okay, 15 minutes from now. Perfect. For the email, let's create some global data for test. Okay, so I can do export const test user. Let me remove this. I can have the ID, which is UID, test user ID, add the email, test user 123 at domain.com. We can have the password, we can have, let me make it kind of hashed password, so add hashed password something. Can have created that, updated that, and maybe let's create some data. So 2005 010 10 not like this, 07. Yeah. Updated that, like, let's remove this. So this is enough for our test data. So for this test period, we can do test user.email. Yeah, that's pretty much enough. And now if we go back to our Auth service, so here we are marking this, we can do test JWT payload from our setup. I still don't know why this is happening. Why did this fail? This should not fail. Oh, I guess the extensions we installed is helping us run tests from what? Oh yeah, this is causing everything to fail. Yeah, okay, let me see the extension that we have added. Yeah, this is the extensions. This will help us run the test through the VS Code. Nice. So we don't even need to run the commands, but yeah, I think we need to fix this issue now. Okay, mock return value. Yeah, let me see what's going on. Yeah. Right, so yeah, what I'm gonna do now, for now, to avoid this, I'm gonna UID as NodeJS, but as unknown as just dot mock. Okay, not just, but just dot mock. Okay, it's not fixed. Let's not use type of this. Let's do string, and let's make it an array. Yeah. I hope this will not cause us some errors, honestly. Wait, did it run the test automatically? Wow. Okay. Oh, this extension is nice. But let me run all the tests now. Wait, I did not add yet anything else. So let me run this. Okay. Yeah, test is running. Wow. Okay. Also okay, this is nice. Yeah, but let's continue with our registered thing. So after this one, it's still inside of the Auth Service, of course, but outside of this describe of this one, outside of the constructor. Maybe let me close it as well. Let's add another one. So we're gonna describe the register. So describe register. Tag. Boom. So when registering, what do we wanna test? We wanna test if it successfully create a new user, of course. So let's prepare some test email. So post email. Let me say sigma user.com. Let me do const password, test password, and let me say it should. So it should, what should it should successfully register a new user, right? Yeah. And after this is the async. Wait. Wait. Okay, why did it add to right now? More man. Like inside of this async, you can set up the mocks for Prisma. So set up mocks. You can do robo.mockPrisma mock robo mock Prisma. If you remember, we had it instead of setup. So the user dot. If you remember, we set up we did area. So this we are getting rid of this. So mock result value equals to now create, and here you can just do the test user from our setup, and global the refresh token, create mock result value, and also let's create let's create some test refresh tokens inside of our setup. So after the test user, I can add export const test refresh tokens, and I can do ID equals to test token ID, user ID, test user ID, token, it's gonna be test refresh token, expires at wait, whoa, hold on, man, come on, hold on, and we're gonna be equals to date dot now 7 days from now. Created that new date. Okay, yeah, now let's go back inside of our test. So here we can just take this test refresh token. Nice. and we can do const result is gonna be equals to await of service dot register. So we are using our authentication service to call the register method, which is taking the email and password. So what do we expect? So we expect the global dot mock prisma user dot find unique, and we expect it to have been called with where email, okay. And also we expect the mocked bcrypt to have been called, and also expect the prisma create method to have been as well called, right? And with this data, so data in main, so we expect this to happen. So if you remember in our authentication service, when user is registering, we check find the user unique, find the email, and we after this we call this method to create, and also we call this method to hash the password. So this is what we are testing here to have been happen. Okay, and after this one we can expect the response. If everything is successful, to expect this to return our tokens. So we expect to receive these tokens that we have generated, okay, these ones. Alright, so and after this, let me do expect the results to be equals to equal access token. For now, I can just mark JWT token. So we expect to have mark refresh token. Okay, let's see if this will run. So seems like there's some issues. Let's see what's going on. Okay, these tests are failing. Okay, expected, received. Why is it refresh token, fresh token, right? Nice. So it's gonna restart, it's gonna run this test automatically. Ooh, okay, received. Okay, access token, test JWT token. Okay, test JWT token. Let me see, did we define this somewhere? Probably inside of our Auth Service. Test JWT token. Huh. Why am I receiving this? Probably set it up. Okay. Yeah, this is what we are mocking, so we should expect to receive this. Yeah, try, and let's do the same thing as well. Now let's see if they run successfully, and they seem to be running successfully. The tests are running. Yeah, we are skipping the ones that we already checked, but it's checking the new ones that we just added. Perfect. Yep. So the user gets created successfully, and we can add some few methods to this one. We can check the case if the user exists as well. So let's say it should, if user already exists, and here we're just gonna check. So we can do global prisma, find unique, test user, await, expect, maybe I can get some let me go on top here. I want to create some after this I'm gonna create some per function to test the service error, the one we have defined inside of. We will do async function. Async function, we can call it expect service error, and inside of this one I can do async function, and I have this promise of ending, expected message, expected status code as number, and here I'm gonna do try catch, and here I can just do await async function, and if it's fair, and yeah, here I can do expect to be instance of service error. So let's import this service error from our shared, and yeah, this should be enough for us to test. So let's go back here. So we can do await expected service error. So which error do we expect? So let's make this function of service service.register, taking the email, and the error we expect is this one. Yeah, maybe we're gonna check that, and can expect prisma dot global dot more prisma dot user dot create to have been called. Okay, yeah, so this is happening, it's tracking. So user already exists. Let's see if that's what we flow when you are registering a new user. Yeah, this is the message we're explaining, but if we change it and just say to user already exist, and it's running them automatically, so that's fine. Let's check. This should throw some error since they we are sending a different type of message. Yep. Yeah, so user already exists, received user already. Yep. Let me put it back. Now the test is gonna run again. So this is the tests are running. All tests are passing. Perfect. Yeah, so what else do we need to test here? For user registration, is there anything else we can test? Yeah, maybe let's test when the database has some error. So we can do it it should handle database errors during creation. So let's have the async, and here let's have this global. Yeah, let me reject value new db error, and here you can await just expect. You can add Auth Service dot register email.password, reject, and throw this as db error. But I think this should fail. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Yeah, so this is all tests we need for user registration. And we can go ahead and continue with the remaining test, and you also got the idea of how this works, so you can go ahead and add more tests as you want, and so you can test it. Okay, but let's go ahead and add the test for logging in. Later also gonna add tests for user registration, user refresh tokens, but for now these are enough for us to continue with our services. With the most important thing is that our tests are running and everything is working as expected. So yeah, for now this is enough. Let's go ahead and continue with the user service, I guess, since we already kind of done with the authentication service. If we need something else, we're gonna come back from here, but for now let's go ahead and work on the user service. Okay, so since we have our user services working, let's check our authentication service inside of my routes. These protected routes are not really protected since we are not protecting them. So maybe before we can move to the users routes, let's create some usable authentication middleware that will protect this. So inside of the shared middleware and the index, I can go over here on top. I can say export const and maybe let's do function export function and do authenticate token. Yeah, authenticate token, which taking the request, type of request, response, and type of next function. So first of all, let's get in the const wait, let me see, did we do this somewhere? Okay, so const of header equals to request.headers. Let's get in the authorization one. Okay, and let's get the token. So const token and of header split. So this is just BR token. And you can check if there's no token. So if we have no token, we can just return. So return response, create error response. We can add unauthorized, or we can say access token required. Okay, and after this we can do const gwt secret JWT secret gonna be from process.env JWT secret. If there's not a secret, we can also return maybe for us we can log some error, so log error, and here we can add new error. You can see that is not defined, and here we can no, maybe not, let's not do this. We can just return, so return 500 internal server error, and after this we can do do we have JWT imported? Of course, and let's install it from the terminal. Let me go inside of my shared, so cd shared. Okay, I'm still inside of the services, and I can do npm I JSON web token. Maybe I'm going to install maybe the types I don't need for now. So that is imported. I can go here and I can do jwt.verify, and we can verify the token, taking the secret, and here let's get the error, which is of any. Take the decoded, which is any, and inside of here check if we have an error. We can return invalid token. Otherwise we can just attach the token to the requested user, so request user goes to decoded, yeah, attach this to the user. Maybe also let's import as JWT payload. Let's use our types we added. Yep, this should be okay, should be everything we need. Let's add the next. Yeah, so now we can go back inside of our routes and we can use this. So let me open this inside the SRC authentication service, inside the SRC, inside of this source. We can go and what's the issue here? Yeah, okay, did I not just install it? Don't know what's wrong with this editor, but it's been showing me some weird errors right through. Okay, let me go back to my routes. So the protected routes, we need to add the authenticate token. So this will run before the other one, authenticate token. Okay, let me add this here. Perfect. So this will make sure to protect our middleware. Okay, not all recorded return value tag. Should we return something? No. Let's save it for now. Yeah, so this is what we needed to add here. Okay, we have the refresh token, we have the login, the register, we have the logout. Okay, so for authentication service, this is everything we need for now. Maybe if you want to add some more tests for testing login as well, you can go ahead and do it. So I showed you how you can add more tests inside of my services. You can go and test whatever else you want, but I think you can go ahead and move on to the user's service. So let's do that. So yeah, so user service, it's gonna be the same structure as this one. Yeah, maybe what can we do? We can copy this test config inside of our user service. We can copy this just config inside of our user service. We can copy the .env file inside of our user service. Yeah, there's nothing else we can copy. Yeah, everything is, I think, is very good for now. But now we have this at least. You don't have to write it anymore. So yeah, this will stay the same. I told you we're not gonna change anything. Everything else will stay as this. So let me go inside. So this is the authentication service, and put it on top. Let me add another terminal. I'm gonna go cd services, cd services, cd user service, and I'm gonna go initialize this. So npm init -y. All right, so you have initialized it. They have the package.json, and we need to add some packages that we're gonna need for user service. I think also you can copy the index file, this index.ts. So let me copy this index.ts. So inside of the user service, I can create an src folder. Let me paste this file in here. Yeah, we need to install these packages. So let me do npm i express cause refinement.env. Okay. What's going on? Oh, okay, I'm spraying it long. There's no need for the n. Okay, this is fine, but I need to install the types as well. Why is Express giving these issues? Maybe I need to install types as well again. So let's add the types /express inside of our user service. I hope this fixes it. Yep. And so what we don't have this louds. We can copy this louds here, but we're gonna change it, of course. So paste this here. So instead of calling it like this, since you don't have anything else, let me just import the express. Let me remove all of this. Let me remove all of this for now. I'll go back to my index. So instead of calling it this, I can call it yeah, users louds, of course. Users louds, and here on the bottom, instead of we can just call it users louds. Let me see what else. This error gonna stay the same. This gonna be the user service running on port. Everything else stay like this, and these middleware, they're gonna stay like this. The port for user is gonna be running on port 2002, and yeah. Okay, also before you can go further, let's create some configurations that we're gonna be using through this application for this middleware course. So let me go back inside of shared, inside of middleware, inside of the index file. I'm gonna create where can I put it? Let me go here. I'll do export export function. You can call it calls options, and inside of here I'm gonna define what I need. So I'm gonna return I'm gonna return the origin. So origin is gonna be process.env cross origin. By default it can be http request 3000, which is our front end. Credentials, it's gonna depend on and also we need the methods. So let's add methods. It's gonna be an array. I'm gonna have get, post, put, delete, and options. Let's add headers. It's gonna have content type and authorization. Yeah, so this is the options we're gonna be using through this application. So we can go back here, and inside of this calls we can add the calls options. Perfect. And we can do the same thing for our authentication service. So inside of the index we can go ahead and add calls options. Perfect. Okay, let me close everything now. Let me go back to my user service. Let me close this as well. Let me go back to user service, the index file for our user service. Yeah, this will be fixed later when we add in the routes, but for now I think we have let me check the env file. We need to change the database, so this is gonna be the users. So let me check in it. Yeah, this is the database we need to add. Users, and the port is gonna be on 2002. Development. This one can also add. We just need the JWT secret. We don't need the refresh one. We don't need these ones. These are for, we just need to send in this JWT secret, and we can say it Auth Service. So this is the service that needed. Yeah, we need this Auth Service URL, which is on 2001. And yeah, make sure this key is the same one as you added inside our Auth Service. And let's add in these routes, so we can add in the course configurations that we have added. Let me also add this inside of my users, my authentication service. Let me add it here. Perfect. So inside of our user service, what we need to do, we need to connect to the database first. So we already have the method inside of our authentication service. So let's copy this file database inside the users. Let's add the database. Of course, we're gonna get this issue since we did not initialize the client, and yeah, maybe we can do that. So and npx prisma generate, we just need to generate. Oh, we did not. Okay, wait, we did not initialize the database. Npx prisma init. Let's initialize this inside of here. It's fetching the latest command. Alright, and now we can npx prisma generate. Oh, okay, wait. I don't want it to generate again from this, so let me remove this. And this should be good. Come on. Yep, let's generate the client now. Perfect. What else do we need to set up? So all we need to set up also is the validations. So I need to install the joy, so npm I joy. But validations for this one are a bit too much, so I'm gonna add validation .ts. So I'm not gonna be typing it all from scratch, but I'm gonna show you. So these are the validation for my user. So when user want to update the profile, you need the first name, the last name, the bio, avatar URL, preferences, and this is the what we are defining it to be. For creating a profile, this is what we need. So it's just same thing, but this one for creating and this one for updating. Okay, so this is one for updating and this one for creating. So nothing so complicated. We already saw how to define this, so this is why we are going a bit faster in this one. Next, we need to create the services. So the services that will be able to create this, but before I can go ahead and do that, we need to create the schema. So inside of schema, Prisma, let me define the schema, and this one is simple. So basically what we have in our joy validation, so we just need to define those. So we need the ID, which is string default ID, and you can have it as UUID. We have the user ID, and remember this is we'll be getting this from user ID, the one we are referencing, reference user from service. Okay, so let me show you the other schema from Auth Service. We are naming the user ID here, over here. This is how we are setting it up, and the ID, this one. Okay, perfect. And let's go ahead and get continue. So we need the first name, which is a string, can be optional, and we can map into first name, last name, similar thing, bio string optional, and avatar URL string, we can name it that, and we can have preferences. This is gonna be a JSON, so JSON, and by default we can have it as see, default we can have it as an empty, yeah, and then now we can have created that datetime default.now, updated that, and we can map it, not map, but there's no user here, but map, so user profiles. So you can go ahead and add more stuff as you need. This is separate from authentication service, so you don't need to worry about messing up the authentication service. This is just the user service. Okay, you can add more here. We close this, so we have the schema, and now you can generate again. Prisma generate. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and start working on our services. So we're gonna be starting with creating the profile and then continue. Okay, but for creating the profile we're gonna need some types. So search for user profile, and for updating profile, so let me go to the types index. Maybe after the user I can add that here. So export interface user profile, and the ID of string, user ID string, first name string, remember this can be null, last name or string or null, bio string or null, avatar URL string or null. Let me make this as well optional, and created that is a date, updated that is a date. Okay, we also need when we want to update the request of user, let's add in the export interface, and we're gonna call it update profile request. So when you update, you just update the first name, last name, bio, avatar URL, and preferences will be record or string or any. Now, do we need the preferences inside of the user profile? Of course we do, so let me add it here. For now, let me just make it any. Alright, so now I can go back here and create the user service. So inside of services, user service, let me create a new file here. I'm gonna call it user service.ts, and here I can export class user service and private. Let's get the let's create Auth client, so we can be able to reference it here. So we need to create Auth client so that we can use it here. So I'm going to show you how that works, so we can be able to work with our authentication service. So inside of src, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it Auth client.ts, and here I'm going to export class Auth client, and I can do private read only. Let's get the Auth service URL. So Auth service URL is gonna be a string. Let's have a constructor, and here we're gonna have, so this .auth service gonna be from our em file. If you remember that one we had it, and Auth service is on port of 2001. Alright, so over here I can do async validate token. So we're gonna validate the token we receive from the authentication service, which is gonna be our promise of the prototype, the JWT payload we have created. Okay, and here I can do a try catch, and here I can do const response equals to await let's install Axios. So npm I Axios. So we're gonna make a request to the client, the authentication service. So import Axios from Axios, and then you can do await Axios dot get, do we have the service response? So let me check my types. Do we have the service response? We have the API response, but we don't have the service response. Okay, so let me do this for our server communications. So let's do export interface, create service response. This is gonna be like this. We're gonna have success or boolean. It's gonna have data. We're gonna have error, which is a string. We're gonna have a status code, which is a number. So that's all we need. And this over here, it's gonna be of service response and also of the JWT token. Okay. So over here we can get the make a call to our. So go back to the service, go back to routes. We can make a call to this method here, the one we created, token validation endpoint for the other services to validate this request. So you remember this, we created it for other services to validate token. So inside of here, I'm gonna oh no, okay, let me keep it like this. So yeah, this was fine. Why did I change it? I was over here. So over here I can do let me get this cotton marks and do this dot auth service. So we're gonna make a request to the auth service, and it's running on this auth, and the endpoint is validate. Okay, so we're not sending in data, just leave it like that. Let's add some few configurations. Headers, it's gonna be of authorization, it's gonna be BRL token, and I can have timeout of 5 milliseconds. Okay, and this should be enough. Let me see why it's saying expected 2 arguments, but let me see, but got 3. Okay, let me see. So access dot it's a post. We are posting at this post. Perfect. Okay, so after this you can check what we get. So we can do if there is no response from our server, so response.data.success or no response.data.data. We can for new create service error, and we can have in a message invalid token response from auth service. Just passing the tag, just passing the status code, and yeah. Okay, what's this? Just create for a new error. There's no need for the new. Okay, perfect. And here we can return response.data.data. And for the error we can check. So if axios.is axios error, passing the error, we can go ahead and from create service error, and we can say invalid or expired token. Okay, as we can do if error.CRUD is equals to like connection refused, if we don't get a connection, we can service is an variable. Otherwise, we can just create an unexpected error accurate. Okay, perfect. So let's go back to the Auth Service. Not Auth Service, but user service. So services, still inside of user services. We just created this Auth client. Now let's go back to the user service. So let's continue. So private Auth client is equals to Auth client, and the constructor here, this dot of client equals to of client new async create profile. We're gonna need the user ID when creating a profile. We're gonna need some profile data. So we already created the types for that. So in the pressure, you can use the update profile data. To be honest, it's the same thing. Update profile request, and we're gonna return a promise of the user profile from the types we created. Okay, and here we can check if profile already exists. So const existing profile equals to await prisma dot user profile dot find unique where user ID. Okay, so if existing profile, so if we already have the profile, we can throw create service error, and we can do user profile already exists, and we can turn 509 to 409. And here outside of this, we can try to sanitize input data. So for sanitizing input data, we need to create a method for this. So how do I do it? For creating sanitized input, maybe we can create some utility that in our shared folder that we'll be reusing over again. So inside of the shared and inside of utilities index, I can go, let me see over here. We can do can maybe add some, so I can do sanitize user input data. This will basically just to prevent XCS and some other attacks. So we can do export function. Basically we know that we'll be getting a string, so it makes sense to just specify it as well. So we can return input. Let me call it input. We can return input, and here we can replace what do I want to replace? Let me replace this. So I'm going to replace this, and also this. So this will basically remove the angle brackets, or these ones, so characters. Can also remove this, and you can add more you want, but for now I can just do dot stream Yeah, I guess this is fine. So let's go back to the user profile and let's create some utility that we're gonna be using. So still inside of our authentication user service, we can do private, and you can create sanitize profile data, and we can get the data, which is go profile request data and update request. So all of this is good, and I can do const sanitized type of any, gonna be an object for now. And you can check, so if data dot first name is not equals to undefined, we can go ahead and sanitize data dot first name equals to data dot first name, and we can do sanitize input, and we can get in the data dot first name, or it can be null. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the last name. Let's do the same thing for the buyer, the same thing for avatar URL. Let's do the same thing for preferences, and so you get the idea. And for the preferences, we don't need to do this, so we can just do data dot preferences, and finally we can just return sanitized data. Okay, and so let's go ahead and keep using it when creating the profile. So okay, sanitized input data, so we can do sanitized data equals to d.sanitize profile data, passing the profile data, and here I can go ahead to create a new profile. I can create const profile equals to await prisma.profile.create, and we can pass in all of this data, user data and the new data, and finally we can return profile. Okay, state of client, boom. So this is what we need for creating a new profile. Yeah, should we work with just this for now for creating user profile, or should we add more, like for getting the profile, for updating the profile, for deleting the profile, for yeah, okay, maybe this is enough. The most important one is updating the profile and also deleting the profile, but let's work with this for now. So since we have this, we can go back, we can go and create a controller file. So inside the service, user service, we can create a new user controller.ts, and we can const user service equals to new user service. Let's import this, and here you can do export const. The first one we added was creating a profile. So creating a profile. I am thinking about how we wanna handle this. Okay. Maybe let's not do this. Let's do when the user first register, they will not have a profile. I mean, they will have it, but it will not be like they don't have the name and the bio, everything. They can go ahead and update it later. Like they can update after. So maybe we can actually create the update. We can create the update one first. Okay. And we can use the create profile method inside of updating, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think this is the best way we can go with this. So over here, yeah, let's do this. So after this, let me do async update profile, and it's gonna have the user ID, profile data, and it's gonna return a promise of this user profile, and we can check if user exists. So basically a similar thing we did earlier, where user ID, and if user exists, we can return this. Okay, and so if user doesn't exist, if user doesn't exist, instead of throwing this error, we can use the we can create a new one. So we can return this dot create profile using the method we created, passing the user ID and the profile data. And here we can sanitize the input data, so profile schema, and here you can update existing profile. So call this update profile, and inside where user ID, sanitize data, and here you can return update profile. Yeah, okay. And let's create one for also get profile, yeah, or delete profile, async delete profile. We need the user ID, we don't return anything, so it will be void. So here we can just do const profile. Let's go await prisma profile find unique where user ID. So if there's no profile, we can return this. Otherwise, we can just do await prisma profile read. But let's add one more for getting the user profile. So before the update one, let's add async get profile. We just need to take in the user ID, which is a string, which will return the user profile or none. So here we can do const profile equals to where ID, boom, wait, okay, find profile, find unique, where user ID, and here we can do if no profile, can return this error, otherwise we can just return the profile. Perfect. We have the git one, lead profile, and yeah, we have the git profile, we have the update profile. I think this works for now, so we can go back and use a controller and work on it and finish it. So here export const, let's start with get profile, get profile goes to async handler, async handler from our middleware. Async handler is here, yeah. Sometimes you need to go inside of that to work. Why is it not importing it? Async handler, did I call it that? Export got profile, oh, equals to, okay. Makes sense why it was not working. Gonna be async, and you can give this type, so it's gonna be request, it's gonna be response, and you can import that from Express. We don't need the next function. And inside of here we just need to get the user ID, so const user ID gonna be coming from the request.user user ID, and if there is no user ID, we can return, so return s.status, and the status is gonna be 401, the JSON, and instead of doing it, you can use our create error response and turn and the user not authenticated. So after this, we can do const profile is equals to await user service that get profile passing the user ID, and here I can do res.status equals to 200 JSON, and we can create success response passing the profile and also the message. Okay, and remember this get profile method, where is it? Get profile, yeah, it's the one we created here. Okay, so this is the first one, and after this we can work on the update profile, so it's gonna be easy. So we can do export const update profile, same thing, sync handler, and we can get the user ID the same way. We can check if there's no user ID, so basically same thing, passing that profile, and after we have checked that, we can do const profile and do await user service dot update profile, passing the user ID and passing the data user is sending from the body, and after this we can create a successful response passing the profile, and also this for greeting profile. So export const delete profile, passing the same structure, user ID and yeah, we can just do await your service. Yeah, we want to use our same structure so our front end will not get confused. So create response person now, and can do profile treated, and yeah, this should be okay. So sorry about that. So this should be okay. Let's go to the routes, and now we can add some routes. So we can do router.get, so authenticate token, remember the one we created from middleware, and we can let's import everything. So import all as user controller from the controller. So user controller.get profile, and also I need to update this some anywhere I use it. Middleware. Okay, and for updating the profile, we need to authenticate and also need to validate it. So let's use our validate request middleware, and also let's add our schema. So update profile schema from our validation. Perfect. And for deleting the profile, it's just authenticate token and user control dot. So these are the protected routes. This requires authentication, and we're gonna be coming here and creating some other middleware and other service that our other services we need to use. But for now, for us to test this service, I think these are quite enough. So for index, it should be good now, no issues, no errors. Perfect. And we need to run the migration. So let me start up my database. Okay, so my database is up and running. Can do npx prisma migrate init prisma migrate dev, yeah, from the user service. Fish, this should be good. This is init as well. This has been updated, and also I noticed that I need to update these routes. Okay, and where else I'm using it? User service now, yeah. Maybe let me just take this. Yep. Yeah. Looks good to me. And so for us to test this, we also need to start up Postman. So let me add this. All right, starting up, come on. Yep. And we already have the one for logging in, which is this one. I think you already have the user, so let me of course let's start up the services. So let me input the user one here. So we have the Auth Service here, and we also have the user service here. So let's start the Auth Service. So npm run dev, And also I just remember that we don't have the dev command for our user service, so let me copy it from here, and let me copy actually these two ones, because after this we're gonna add some tests as well. So instead of package.json, let me paste it here. So our authentication service is running. Let me go here and it install npm I -d modmon. I can install it globally, but yeah. npm run dev. Hopefully this runs as wanted. Okay, what's the issue now? Yeah, we still have somewhere we're using it. Where is it? In the controllers, inside the controller. Okay, over here. Okay. Let me start this. Where else? Somewhere else? Oh, yeah. Okay, I hope this is fixed now. So we can test our thing. Okay, so user service running on port 2002 and authentication service running on 2001. So we just have the update get user profile and also the update user profile, which we have, of course. So which one should we add first? We should add we should check the get user profile. Yeah, so to see if it will make it will work as we wanted. So this is quite a mess. I don't like it this way. Maybe I can yeah. I can name it register. Okay, don't repeat yourself. Oh wow, base URL. Okay, this is math. But I will do it later. Yeah, I will do it later, sorry. But that's a good idea. Let me also add this for login. And I will add this later. And also let's create a new folder. New folder, I mean. Come on. New folder, and I can let user add this request here. Okay, and yeah, but this time it's gonna be on users, and it's gonna be profile, and it's on 2002. And so what do we need to send in? We need to send in the access token, that we get from our authentication service. But if we try now, let me try this. Yeah, access token required. So which means we need to make a request to our authentication service. So let's log in. I have this access token, so I need to send this access token here. So inside of my headers, and send it on headers, and I can call it authorization, and this is and I can paste this token after. Oh, I did not copy it as needed. How did I copy it? Okay, so just this part here. So I type BRL, leave a space and paste it. Okay, and now let's make a request. Is a profile not found? Makes sense because we don't have a profile. So what we can do, but you can see that the request is made. So let's check our code. User profile not found. Perfect. Let me check the authentication service. Yeah. Okay. And now we can we can create a new request. So this one was for get user. Okay, save it. We can duplicate this one and we can call this to update. So this will create our profile actually. So this one will be as well a put method. So let me check if our route has put. So route, yeah, it's put. Perfect. Yeah, put. And for put also we need to send in the token as inside of our so let me go to the body, let me go to low, and here I can just send as JSON and I can add this. Yeah, okay, what is this? No, I did not type that. Anyways, inside of the headers I already have it. Perfect. Now I can update magic. Yes, so the profile is created. The ID, we got the user ID. So this is the user ID we're getting from the authentication service. Yeah, service done. And now if you try to get the user get user profile, we are getting the profile with the user ID we're getting from the authentication service. So we are connecting it to our authentication service perfectly fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Since we are setting when we send the request is inside of that tokens. Yeah, so yeah, this is working fine as needed. We can update the user profile. So this data is saved in its own separate database. So it's not with authentication service. This is in its own database. I can show you that. So for what can I do? I can create a new data. I can go into the services, cd authentication service. We can do npx Prisma Studio. And let's open our browser. Where is it? Okay, it's opening. Let me click it. Yeah, so you see this is our user, and this is the user ID, same ID we have from our profile, our user service 42B. Okay, so you can see that this database does not have anything else other than just refresh token, and yeah, and user authentication. And then now if we go here, let me open another terminal, cd services, cd user service, and I can run the same thing. Okay, npx prisma studio, and you're gonna see that everything is running in their own database, so it's not this is the user profiles. We have one, of course, which is this one. Perfect. So everything is working as we need for now, and maybe you can go ahead and set up some tests for this user service and write some tests, and we can continue with this. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so I have been getting these issues. Maybe some of you also using VS Code are getting these errors. The problem is that the gist, this gist file we are using, it's because the gist cannot find which gist configurations or command to use, because there is multiple of those set in this structure. So what we can do to fix this is we can create workspaces. So in VS Code there is this feature that is called workspaces. You can save on workspaces and you can define what you want to add. So I was thinking maybe you can do that, create a workspace for this, and we can add everything we need. Or maybe is there a better way to do this? But I guess workspaces is actually fine for this. So let me close this. I'm gonna create a new file and I'm gonna name it okay, I'm gonna run NotesVerb.code. Let's go workspace, and here we can define where our folders are. So you can add folders, and inside of here we can add the name. The first one is Auth Service, and the path where it's located, so it's inside of services and Auth Service. Okay, so services, then Auth Service, and we can do this for other services as well. So let me copy and paste. I'm gonna basically add all our files that we need, services that we need right now, even if we don't have them yet. So the second one we have is the user service, and it's gonna be user service, and we don't have more for now. And also we can add some settings for running the test in this directory. So let me add settings for this workspace. So we can do gist command line, which is gonna be npm test, and also can do gist run mode. It's gonna be for on demand. So now if you open this, it will open this workspace. But first let me check what we have. Let me check back my test. As you can see, we still have these issues. But now let's open this workspace. So it will open as with just this. Once you add more, you can configure it and add our folders. Since we also have this shared folder, let's add it. Yeah, let's add it here. So we can name it shared, or we can name it share or just shared. Shared is enough, and path is gonna be .shared. Is there anything else we want to include? These files are really not important to include, but you can always find them, of course. This is just a workspace. So let me open this workspace. Perfect. So you can see now that our stuff are organized, and we do not have the other files that we don't really need to always look at, and we can always configure it in that file we created. Alright, so let's check. Go into the test now, authentication test, and I guess there's no more issues that we were seeing. And also let me remove these imports I'm not using, and yeah, let me try to okay, so let me try to run this test now, and let's see what will happen. I'm gonna open terminal, and it's gonna ask me where I'm gonna open this from, so you can see how this is useful. So let me open terminal for the Auth Service, npm test, and our tests are still running as needed. Perfect. And we don't have any errors. So this is just, as I told you, this is just organizing this workspace so it works better and we don't get so confused. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and start setting up the tests for our user service. And so let me check my shared. Yeah, I still have everything as needed. So for tests, let me copy this test folder from the authentication service. Let's paste it inside of this user service. Let me go inside of here. I'm gonna get some issues, maybe not. Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna get caught since I don't have this here, so this is gonna happen, but that's expected. Anyways, we're gonna configure this file, and first of all, let's start from our setup file. The things we do not need, I do not need all of this. I can leave this here, and also I need this URL. I can just put it here, secondary process.env. Yeah, and these types I do not need. I'm working in the Prisma. I need the user profile since it's what we have inside of our data tables. I do not have the refresh token, so let me remove this. Everything else can stay as is. You can still mark the database. Yeah, mark Prisma. This is fine. After this, also let's mark the Axios since we're using it. So mark Axios for our client to use. So we're gonna do just mark, and we're gonna mark this. Perfect. And let's do const marked Axios equals to let's import Axios on top. So you're gonna do import Axios from Axios. Mock Axios equals to Axios as just mock type of Axios. Perfect. We're gonna remove this. So this is actually the global the global test utils. So keep this here, and also let's add the global mocked Axios so we can use it through our tests. And so before everything, maybe we can over here we can try to reset a mock. So before each, we can do this js.clear all mocks. So the global test data, this time we're gonna change it to test user profile. We need the ID, and let's add 1, 2, 3. We need we don't need password, we don't need the email, but we're gonna need the new user ID. We're gonna need first name, we're gonna need last name, we're gonna need the bio. Yeah, we're gonna need the avatar URL. We're gonna need the preferences. It's gonna be an object with a theme, maybe dark. Notification is true. Created that, updated that, can stay the same. And we need the test GWT util, we still need that. Let me remove this type. Since this time I don't need the email, I need it, but let me hard code it here. So test at example.com. This can stay like this. Test refresh token. Not really need this one. Yeah. So reset or mock. This time it's gonna be on user profile. And after this, so hyperfunction to reset or mocks. Let me see, reset or mock user profile. This time we don't really need the second one since we only have one table, but we can add mocked Axios dot post mock reset, and let's add the mock Axios. Let's just call it mock Axios. Okay. So let's see what else we need. So after this, test user profile, test GWT util. Anyways, I think that's quite enough for now. So let's go back inside of our user service. Let's call this user service dot test. Okay. So this time we're gonna import the user service. So user service. I'm gonna be from user service. We don't really need the bcrypt since we are not and also this JWT token. We don't need these. Actually, let me remove everything so we can start from scratch. Okay, perfect. So we have the user service, and here I can try to mark the external dependencies. So we can just mark, can get our src, and we can get the authentication client, and here we can also import the marked modules. So we can get the Axios, we can get the import, we can get the from src Auth client. So we can get the Auth client, of course, and after this we can do const marked Auth client. It's gonna be Auth client as just marked class type of Auth client. Okay, perfect. And after this, let's get the same helper. So let me go back to Auth Service test, Auth Service test. Let me get this same helper function. Maybe we should have added it inside of our shared. That's fine. Let me import this service here from our shared folder. Okay, so now you can go ahead and describe what this user service, since we are describing a user service. So over here, and we can start. So that goes to gonna be to the user service. Also do let mark of client. It's gonna be equals to just dot marked of client, and so before all we can always reset all marks. And here before all of also we can create mark of client instance, and we can do mark of client. It goes to mark of client is goes to validate token get function, and get use. Do we have this? I don't think we have this method yet. We just have validate token for now. Let's cast it as any, and let's also do marked of client dot mark implementation mark of client, and you can do user service equals to the new user service. Okay, so still inside of this describe, we can get the first util, which is for creating profile. So here we can do describe, and we can do create profile. Create profile. This is the first thing we're gonna test. You can do const user ID, test user ID, const profile data. I'm gonna have first name, yeah, so this is basically, and here you can go ahead and to show the this is what we should successfully create a profile picture. Okay, inside here we can mark the global, so we can get the global mark prisma dot user profile dot find unique, and global dot mark prisma dot user profile dot create, and this is expected to get the test user profile. Okay, so const results equals to await user service dot get profile. We give in the user ID, and what do we expect? So expect we expect the global dot mark prisma and user profile to call this find unique to have been called with this where on user ID. Okay, and we expect the create to have been called with this data. So the data is gonna be data, let me see, data, and passing the user ID, and yeah, profile data. So here we can expect result to be equals to test user profile. Okay, let's run the first test. Let's see what happens. So let me run it. Okay, did we not install it? I'm sure we did. Let's add a new folder from our user service, our new terminal, npm test. Okay, so this is the package we did not install yet. npm i-d, then this should be good now. Let's try. Okay, so we are getting this error. So it's saying mocked Axios has any type of global. This has no index signature inside of our setup. Let's see what's the issue here, and I'm sure we got this error as before as well. So let me check. So mock Axios equals to just mocked type of Axios. Okay, and what's the error saying on the line 30? Where over here? So did we not do it correct? Global mock Axios, or let's call it mock Axios. Yeah, since we are calling it mock Axios as well here, it should be the same over here, same thing we did for Prisma. So let's test it now. Perfect. The first test is running, which is for creating the profile. So let me run it also with this one. Okay, sim is running, but this is giving us some error. But yeah, it's just this extension anyways. I didn't know about it before. So the first test is running successfully, which is for creating the user. So let's run another simple one. So after this we should run another one. So let's say it should throw an error if profile already exists. So we can do global, yeah. This is what we need. Test user data, await expected error. So this the error we expect from our service. So user service get profile, and this is the message we expect. So let's check what message we give when the user already exists. So from user service, this is the message we get, and the status for online. Okay, and this is the status. And here we can do expect Prisma user profile at okay, should not be this, but just the create one to have been called. So let's run this terminal and we run the test again. Okay. Are we not calling this ought not? Also, this is must not have been called. Sorry, it's not have been called, since we cannot create this if the user already exists. So we make sure that this node has not been called. Yeah. Okay. Also, we need to update just to have been called. Just to have been called. Yeah, but to have been called, just this. Okay, and let me see. Let me see where this message is always appearing. Okay, I'm gonna leave the insert that, and I can add it later. Yeah, but you can see the second test is also running. Second case. So what test can we test? We can test if our sanitizing methods are working, and so after this test we can add it. Yeah, basically this. So it should sanitizing before creating the profile. So we can do const sanitize data. So for example, someone tried to create profile with this kind of stuff are not allowing, which is XSS, and it's a script issue, and this should not pass since our testing. So let's do global.prisma through Microservices none, and global prisma create test profile. We can do await user service, get profile, user data, and unsanitized data. And what we expect, so we expect global.prisma.create to have been called with this data. Okay. Alright, so we should test this. Since our this is the data we are sending, but our create profile has a method to sanitize this data, so it should remove this automatically. Let's see this. Okay. First name, and what's the issue here? Expected received first name or received test, and okay, why is it doing this? Oh, okay, this should be let me see what we received. Yeah, so as you can see, it has removed this, but yeah, it should not be test, it should be this. Yeah, perfect. So sanitizing method is working perfectly. And what else should we test? Should we test our another method that we have for now? What is it? You have the one for updating the profile. So we have the create profile, and we should also be able to, this one is inside of the update profile or get profile. Okay, so what other method do we have inside of our user service? We have the update profile, the profile. Yeah, we just have the update profile. Maybe we should test that as well. So after this one, so after this create profile here, we can add another one. So describe, and this one is gonna be update profile, and we're gonna get the ID, const user ID, and here the first thing you need to do, need to check it should successfully update an existing profile. Yeah, and after this we can do the mocking. So for global.prisma should be returning find unique mock value test user data, and I should update the mock result value, and this time let's run the test user data, and let's add the like update test updated results. So let's go back to our here. So after the test JWT, we should add export const test update profile request, and we get the first name updated, by your preferences to write, and yeah. So let's use this. It's add here, and we can add it here. Test update request. So already imported, I guess. Yeah. So let's go back here, and this is everything we need. Let's run the test. This should work without any issues. If there is, we're gonna try to fix it. Perfect. So this is working also as well. And let's check if this will create a profile. If we doesn't, like if we try to update and the profile doesn't exist already, we should create a new one with the new data. So let's check this, and should create profile if it does not exist. Yes. And let's add the marking we need. Yeah. Yep. And after that, you can get the result. So await user dot update user, and here you can just add the user ID and the update request. And we expect to have been this to have been called with like global Prisma user profile find unique, to have been called where user ID, and expect user profile data to have been called with this create method after it has found not found. Okay. And after this, expect result to have the test user profile. And yeah, so I guess you get the idea of how you can test basically everything that you have, all the cases that you need to test. So yeah, I guess this is all the cases we have. So we have the update profile, get profile. We're not using this get profile. Let me see inside my controller. Delete profile. Okay, delete profile. Delete profile, get profile. Maybe we should also test this one for getting profile. Yeah, let's do this as the last one. So before the update one, you can add another case, describe get profile, and here we can get the user ID, and so const user ID is gonna be equal to this ID, and the first case it should yeah, it should retrieve user existing profile. That's fine. And the second one here, we need to add this global Prisma user find unique mock result value test user data and get the results. So await user service dot get profile if the user ID, and we expect the mock Prisma to user profile find unique to have been called where user equals to this user ID, and we expect the user result to be the test user profile. Okay, and let me add one more. So it should throw an error if the result if the page does not exist. And let's check if this is the message that we are sending from our Auth service. Okay, so get profile, user profile not found, and 404. So profile not found, yeah. So let's run this test. So perfect, every test are running. So yeah, so basically this is how we are running the tests. And if we need to add more, we will come and add it, but for now I think this is fine, I guess. If we need more, of course we're gonna use it, but yeah, this is, we are setting up everything so we can move. Okay, so should we go to the next service? Which service should we work on? I think the node service, yeah, node service is what we can do next. Or should we work on API gateway so we can run all requests through that gateway? Yeah, I think you can work on API gateway, to be honest. So yeah, next let's work on the API gateway. Okay, so as you know, we've been making requests through each individual service, which is not what we want to achieve. So we want to create an API gateway, which means we just have to make a request to a single endpoint, and that endpoint is gonna connect us to all of these services that we have for now. So we do not have to call each service by individual, so we just have one service that is gonna create be our base endpoint. So let me go ahead and show you how to do it. So before we can do this, let's open this folder again. So instead of just opening it as workspace, let's open it as a normal folder. So let me click on open folder, and I have this inside of here, this project. So I'm not going to open this NotesVerb code workspace, but I'm just going to open the normal project. And here it is. And as you can see, we're back with what we had before. And so the API gateway, it's going to be similar to what we have, but it's not going to be inside of the services, since this is just API gateway. Yeah, API gateway. Inside of this, let me open a terminal, and let me try to close every terminal for now. Let me open it again. CD API gateway. We also need to initialize this, so npm init -y. We need to initialize it as we have for others, and inside of this one we need to install some packages. We need also to add the configuration file. So let me copy the one, this test config file. This is basically going to be a bit similar to every service we have, or in this case the endpoint API. So this is not going to change. We are not going to keep it like this. So we're using this through our project. And also let me create .m file. So let me get the .m file, and I'm going to add in the environment that we need. Alright, so my API endpoint is going to be running on the 8080, since my front end is on port of 3000, so I didn't want to put it on 3000, but other services that we're going to have. And cut this. Okay, so I have added this env file, and this is what we have. The endpoint, the API gateway is running on port 8080. We have the JWT secret. Make sure this is the same secret as other projects we have. And this is the services URLs. So we have the authentication service, user service, node service, and tag service. We did not create these two yet, but we're gonna go on that after our gateway is working fine. So we need to install some packages that we're gonna be using for this. And let me open this. So we're gonna npm let me close this, npm express. Gonna be also installing http proxy middleware. I'm gonna show you how you're gonna use this. We're gonna be installing CRUD. We're gonna be installing Hermit. We're gonna be installing .env, Axios, and Joy package. Okay, that's kind of enough for now. And inside of this, we need to set up some configurations. So for starting up the server, it's gonna be a bit same thing as we had before, but we're just gonna change some stuff. So let me go inside of my user service. Let me copy the index file, paste it inside of the API gateway, and it's what we don't need. So the routes, we don't need the routes here. We're not gonna use routes. And express we need, course we need, hermit we need, .env we need. Course options, they're gonna be this. They're gonna be a bit different for this one. So yeah, let's remove this for now. We're gonna load the config, the URL is gonna be on 8080 api.use. Okay, after this also we can set like trust what is it, trust proxy. This is important for yeah, so we can set trust proxy to 1, which is true as well. Okay, so for the hermit, we can allow embedding for now. Let me remove this. For the hermit, we can add this cross origin embedding policy. We can allow just this for development. Let me see why it's showing this. This should be inside of an object. So we can do cross heading policy to false. So we can allow it only for development. And for the course configurations, we can add them here. So it's gonna be origin. It's gonna be on process.env cross origin. Otherwise, it's gonna be our client folder. Our client, which is will be running on HTTP 3000. Credentials. Credentials gonna be to. It's gonna depend on the process.env cross credentials, cross issue methods. Okay, it's gonna have these methods and allow headers. We're gonna allow content type authorization, and also need to add the X user ID, since we're gonna be sending user ID from our services, and also the user email. We're gonna be sending these headers. Okay, and let's see for the JSON URL encoded is fine, and yeah, this is fine for now. Let's see, this is fine for now. Do we need this error? Let me remove this for now. Maybe for logging we can log, let me create a server for this so I can add this here, so I can log all of my services where they are running at. So I can say API gateway is running, gateway URL, if check this, and the variable endpoints which we have here, which they're gonna be running on this spot. So API of, API users, API nodes, API tags. Okay. And let me see. If you wanna shut down the server, we can do graceful shutdown. So yeah, service.cross, exactly, this is what I need. Yep. And also we can do process, we can just do process dot switch down. It's just a bit same, it's the same thing, just okay, perfect. So this is what we need to get started with the API gateway. Yeah, this is what we need for now. Let me see where this, yeah, we need to create the ACRC folder and we can add in. So inside of my API gateway, I'm gonna add ACRC folder. Here I'm gonna add a folder again, I'll call it config. And inside the config folder, I'm gonna create services.ts. So this is where I'm gonna define my service. So export, and I'm gonna call it interface service configurations. So it's gonna need a name, string, a URL string, and health path. We also need to add some health endpoints in our services. So timeout, which is gonna be number, and retries, let me call it retries, which is number. So this is not optional. Let's do export interface service config, and we can get, instead of just typing everything like that, we can get all of them. So service config, perfect. So here let's do export const, we can call it services config of type service config. Here you can get the authentication service first and give it a name, service config. The URL is on port, this port. Okay, so let me check my M file. So Auth Service 3001, make sure it's the same thing. Health path / health, timeout 5000, retries 3 times. So we can copy this, the same thing for the user service, which we have for now. So we can keep these 2 services that we have, and user services. Let me get the user service URL. Paste in the service URL, which is running on port 3002. So same for now, this is all we have. So we can come back to this service config file and we can add more. So let's create another utility that will help us export const get service configurations, which we take in the service name of type string, and this can return this, or so it can be undefined. So return service config and the service name. Also, let's do export const. Can get if you want to get all services. It's gonna be like this, and here we can return object value services config. Okay, and finally we can do export const get active services. Here we can just return the services that we have made already, so we can do service config dot authentication and the users. For now, this is what we have. Okay, so yeah, users, and now next thing you have to do, we need to use this inside of our routes. So let me create a route inside of my SCRC folder. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it routes, and yeah, this is inside the route. Let me change something real quick. Well, I don't like wait, yeah, compact folders. I don't like having this way. Oh, okay, this here, this one, yeah, better. So instead of routes, I can create a new file, proxy.ts, and here this is where I'm gonna be defining. So import router from Express, import create middleware, proxy middleware from the package we have added earlier. So we also need some types from the gateway, and we can import our config file, which is inside of service. We can just get the, why is it not getting it? Import from the services, yeah. So you can just use the service config. Perfect. Okay, I am putting this here. You can define this router, goes to router, and here we can first of all create a proxy middleware that has some common configurations with other, so that we can use it when you are creating other routes. Okay, so let's do that. So in the function create service proxy, here I can get in the target URL, which will be a string, the path reward, which is gonna be a type of record, string, and this can turn any. So inside of this one, get some options. So const options, can get the target, which is target URL, and get the change origin to true, path rewrite to this, and also I can get time out which is 1 2 3 4 30 seconds. Proxy timeout 30 seconds as well. And on error, you get the error and the request and the response. For the error, you can just log this error. So, and after this, we can do if NodeJS dot header sent. We can say res dot status, and the status is gonna be for 503. The JSON, you can say the success is false, and the message is gonna be service in a variable pre-show again. And let's add in the error. Basically, it can be the same thing. Perfect. So these are the options. And outside of here, I can do on proxy request. We get in the proxy request and just request. We don't need the response reading. Okay. For now, we can also add so we can do load proxy requests. For now, just that. So to target URL, and after that we can forward user information if a variable in the headers. So we can do if lake dot user. If we have a user, we can add in the two data that we added in our cross configurations. So the X user ID request.user. We're gonna be sending it in as user ID request.user email set header. And after this, also we can ensure content type for post or put. Ensure content type for and put. So we can check. So if rec.body and the request.method is equals to post, or the request.method is equals to put. Maybe also let's do for the patch. Yeah, let's do for the patch. Can get the const body data. You can get the body data equals to can JSON.thingify it, and here we can do prox dot. We can set up this content type to be application.json. We can set the content length to be the buffer byte length to be body data. We can proxy and we can write the body data. Okay, perfect. And also on proxy request, we can get the proxy request equals to any, and again they're just the request. And this is gonna be a bit similar, but for now we're just gonna log proxy details. Yeah. Yeah. And finally here we can return the create proxy middleware, and we can pass in our options. And finally here we can do router dot use. You can add it to API/auth. We can add in this create proxy. Create service proxy, the one we added here, we just created, and we can use services.config. We can get the auth and also get its URL. And inside of here, what we can do, we can let me just show you what this is doing. So we can map it to auth. So this is just like yeah, as you can see here. So we just like convert the API/auth to just authentication, to just this one. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Same thing for the users. Auto.use users, API users, and just users. And we're gonna come back and add more endpoints that we have. But for now, you can just do export default router. Perfect. And basically this is a bit it for now. Yeah, maybe let's check our authentication. So let me go back to my normal and I can import here. So import, and what can I name it? I can just name it proxy clouds. And where is it roaming to that? Just on, and it's just, wait, where am I? Yeah, I'm in the correct folder. So it's just in the routes. Where did I put it? It's outside of SRC. Oh, this should be inside of SRC. Yeah. And what about the routes? Okay, this also should be inside of SRC, not inside of the config. This is why I was getting these issues. Okay. So routes, and I can get the proxy. And now proxy routes, you can use it over here on the bottom after these configurations. Yeah, after this one. Yeah, I guess that's fine. And here we can just use it on okay, let me just do app.use. Here we can just say proxy loads. Okay, and then let me see the issue here. I need to install the tabs for this. But we still got a few more to do. So we also need to protect our middleware, so which means that it will have to check for the access token to see if the access token is valid, and also if it's valid, it can go ahead and add the user ID, user email that we have added earlier. We have defined to be included inside of this one. So which means also that I need the JSON token to create this. Okay, so inside of my API gateway, inside the SRC, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna go with middleware. And inside of the middleware, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it auth.js, and this is where I'm gonna define everything we need. but first of all I can import what I'm gonna need. So JSON web token, I need to install this pim I JSON web token. All right, let me install this as well. Okay, and after this I can go ahead and we can extend express request interface to CRUD user. So I can do the CRUD robot, and here we can just say namespace equals to express interface request, and you can touch this user, which is optional. It can be any. Right, and we can define some public routes that doesn't need authentication. So these are the public routes that doesn't need authentication. So href status, API at register, login, and for the refresh token. So after we have this, we can oh, I forgot how this worked. All right. Nice. We can check if the route is public, so which means we not need the authentication. So export function, it's gonna be equals to is public route. Gonna have the path string, the boolean, and I'm gonna return. So we're gonna return public routes dot sum, get the route. I can check if, so if route dot ends with asterisk, and here we can return path dot starts with route dot trace, and here we can just do 1. Okay, and here I can just return the path equals to route and or path dot starts with route. We can add this slash. Yeah, and now to the main function, which is checking if we have the required permissions and we are logged in. With when we make request to the gateway and stuff, gateway off, so it's gonna take in the request, which the type of request from express response, which is response next, which taking the next function, gateway of response next function, and here we can skip the of if public. So here I can check if public routes request dot path And over here we can just wait, this is public route. Okay, it's public route, and here we can just return next. And here let's get the const of header. So let's get the header equals to request dot headers. You can get the authorization, and here you can get const token equals to of header and of header dot split. You can get the number second one, which is the bearer token. And here, if you don't have the token, so if there is no token, we can just return our res.status, and we can return 401 and okay, JSON is gonna be create error response, which is gonna be equal to access token required. Here you can do const jwt secret equals to process.env. Let's get this jwt secret off, and you can do dot jwt. If we don't have this jwt secret, we don't want to continue, we just want to throw some error. So after this, we can try console log. I can just turn res.status and turn 500 JSON create error response, and here the message can be server configuration error. And after this, we have imported stuff I didn't want. After this, I can just verify .jwt dot verify, and let's get the token jwt secret, and yeah, here I can just let's get this error type of any, and also decoded type of any. Here I can just check if there's something wrong, then I can return res.status 403 JSON create a response. I can do invalid or expired token and so after I verified this, we got the decoded version. I can go ahead and add the user info to request for forwarding to services. So request.user equals to decoded, and we can go ahead and add user info to headers. So if you remember what we added for services communications, so if you remember, we needed to add this one. So can get the headers. We can add in the x user. These are custom headers, by the way, equals to decoded dot user id. This is what we called it. Request dot headers. You can add the x user email, which is gonna be equals to decoded dot email. And after this we can do next. Perfect. So this is the get middleware that we check if we have the valid token, and will help us get the user information we need based on the token they have provided. So let's go back to our index file, still inside of the gateway, and here maybe before here, over here, after this proxy routes, or maybe before even it, yeah, before it, so it can run before it, we can add in the middleware. We can add the app.use, and we can use the gateway of, yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, so I think this should be enough for now. We should be able to make a request to show the endpoints using these endpoints. Let me go to my routes proxy, let me check. Yeah, let's test this to see if it will work. Alright, so my database is running. Let me open also Postman. So let me go back to I need also to run this. So, and of course I need to make sure that all my services are running. So let me start this by opening a new terminal, cd services, cd authentication service, and npm run dev. This should start without any issues. Let me go another one, cd services, cd user services, npm run dev. Okay, now let's start the gateway, npm run dev, but of course we do not have the dev command, so let me copy it over here. From here I can just add it here, and also we need to npm i-g, is it dash d? It's dash d, not mon. Perfect. npm run dev. Let's see if we have some errors we need to fix. Okay, URL is undefined inside of our config. Let me go back to my config file to see what we are doing wrong. It's saying nodes.url is not defined. Oh, why am I adding nodes? Wait, am I adding nodes here? On which file? Is that the proxy? Oh, it added nodes, okay. Why did it do that? We don't have the nodes yet. That's why it was undefined, because you don't have it. Perfect. So it's saying this is running over here. Now let's test. So when we was registering before, we was making a request to the authentication service, which is running on the port 3001. This time let's run to the API gateway, which is on API to 3080, and this time we should run to API. So it should just be on the /API without anything else. So /API /auth. Let me add the API here. API /auth /register, and API user gateway.com, and let me test to see if this will work. Send the request. This is taking a long time. Nothing is reaching our endpoint. Okay, so what's the issue? HTTP 8080. What's the issue now? Okay, why is the why is it not returning it as we want? So /API /auth /register. Okay. Oh wait, why is everything running on port 8080? But I don't think that should be an issue. Let's see, what are we doing wrong? How are we getting the user? Let me go inside the proxy. Did I change config? Auth service URL, user service URL. Yeah, I changed. And why is it hanging, not sending the request? Okay, this is debugging mode. Let's see why this is happening. Can it be? What does it show? View console? Does it have some message? Let's check the authentication service. Oh, okay. Seems like it's actually making the request to the correct endpoint. The method is post. What's the issue then? What's the issue? Are we not getting? Let me see. Let me close everything here so we can start from the top and see what's the issue. So we have the config, set the proxy, trust proxy to 1, and the course configuration seems correct. So course origin 3000, credentials true, get, post, put, read options, allowed headers, content type, authorization. We are adding this X user ID, X user email, and we are using the JSON. So I things seem okay for me. Proxy out. What's the issue? What is the issue? What is the issue? What is the issue here? But yeah, the reason why we're seeing this is because we're setting it to port everything to port. Yeah, which is correct, anyways. Okay. Pair of register should be good. It should be good. Okay, let me add a global error handler for this, for my index, so maybe this can global error handler can do app.use error, type any request of type express.request response equals to express.response next express.next function. Yeah, I thought maybe console log unhandled error. Yeah, because this gateway should be getting something. I mean, this dot status, let's get the error dot status code equals to 500 JSON, create error response. Let's create the error dot message. Error. Let's restart this. Is that the API gateway? Send this again. Okay. Same issue. I wonder why this is not working as I wanted. Is inside of the other services maybe? Yeah. Okay. You know what? First, let's create some allow health service to check if it's even making a request to this thing, so you can go ahead and try to test it and see if it's actually getting the health check as we needed. So for health check, since we're gonna be using it through all the other services, I'm gonna put it inside of the shared folder, middleware index. On the bottom here, I'm just gonna do export function health check request JSON. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Now I can use it inside of my other services as I want. So just inside the service, for example, inside the use of service, inside the index, I can go to, yeah, let me add it here, import it, health, do the same thing for user, now let's restart this, restart this one. So let's just, it's gonna be still on the this endpoint, and the method is gonna be get okay. So we're making a request to it, but it's saying access token required. Interesting. But we have defined instead of our gateway, where did I put it? Inside the Auth here, I have defined the routes that are public. So why is it straight taking it as a protected route? Maybe that's why I was not even getting something. So export function is public route, return public routes, and some route ends with that. Return path starts with route trace -1. Return path equals to route or path. Okay, is public route equals to path and return next. Okay, this is confusing. Okay, so the issue we was having when we are trying to make a request through our gateway, and it was just hanging and not ending. All I did was I updated this package and I'm using this version, this specific version. This is the one that is working, the latest version, which is 3.0.5. I think they have some issues, so yeah, so there are some issues, so I advise you to use the same version as me, 2.0.6. When installing this, all you have to do is just I can go see the API gateway, and all you have to do is just install it like npmi and pass in this package name, and you can just add this package like this version just inside it this way, and you will be good. So now let's test once again. I'm gonna open all my services. So actually let me make my terminal this way. This is the API gateway. I'm gonna go see the services, and I'm gonna go see these services, and I'm gonna go inside of my authentication service. Since it's the only one I'm using, so let me just run this. I'm not using the gateway for now, and the user service. Okay, it's running. The authentication service is running as well. So now let me go here, and as you can see, I'm making a request through my API gateway, which is 8080, and I'm working on API of authentication service, and I'm making a request to this register page, register out. So now let's make a request. I should get some error. User already exists. This is fine. As you can see, the request is actually going. So now let's try to change this user. Maybe let's add a new one. Perfect. So now we are getting actually the request we wanted. So yeah, amazing. So the request is coming through this gateway, and you can see that the request is done. So this was the first error we got, and the second one was a success. So yeah, we can also test the user service, but first what I'm gonna do, since we have our gateway, we can update this environment. So instead of always trying to find this route, we can put it in the environment, and you can use it anywhere. So let me go here. If I remember correctly, environment, I can name it, I can keep it this way. I can name it base underscore URL, and the value, and put it here. Perfect. Let me save, and now let me go to register. So let me try to use the new environment we just added. So let me I believe you have to like, I can add this one, yeah, base URL. Perfect. So now we just need to add this here, and we are making a request to this environment variable. So that means we do not have to always type it. We can just use it here. So as you can see, we're still making a request to our user service, but we don't want to do that. We actually want to make a request through our base URL. So which is at let me see again, API, and we have to go to API of so that we know that we are on this service, and the login. So if I log in now, because this user exists, this is why it's working. So, and we are making a request to our API gateway. Perfect. Everything is working as I wanted. Let me delete this. I'm not using it. Actually, let me save this. Let me save this. Let me save. Okay, this is now for our get user user profile. Let's also make sure that we learn our user service if we want to try to log in. But let's actually try to get it through our API gateway, and let's try it without starting the service. And let let's see. So we make sure to add API in the user service. Let me try to do this when the service is not running. Okay, service is not running, invalid token, but as you can see, our Auth middleware is already working, the one we added here, so the one we added inside of our gateway. And let me show you this. So this one, gateway authentication, is already working. It's validating the token that is valid. And now let me give it a valid token. So this is the access token, this one is the new one we added. So let me copy it, let me go to get user, and let me paste, let me remove the old value for this okay, give it a space, paste it. Now if I make a request, the service is not running. Yeah, so get this error, service unavailable. So we are not able to reach this service, that is user service, but the authentication service is working, so user can see register and everything, log into the app. But when they try to go to their profile pages, it will not work because our user service is not running. So now let's start it. So see the services, and we can just start it, npm run dev. Okay, okay, see the user services I didn't, and now I can do npm run dev. Okay, it's running, and let's make a request through our gateway. So let's get this user. Perfect, and it's working now. User profile retrieved successfully. This is the user I logged in with, the one we created before. Now let's maybe try to log in with this new user, not the one we had before. So let me log in with this new one, login, get the access token. Oh, I can double click it, nice. Oh no, oh see, no, okay, but see, okay, I can just do this, copy it, get user, get the refresh, the access token, delete this old one, leave one space, paste it, get this user. This user doesn't have a profile yet, so it will not work. And now let's create a new profile for the user. So make sure to give it this. Can we do it here? Authorization, bearer token. Let me paste it from here. Let me see what happened, because I think this will be easier. Let me not send this header. Let me go to body, and let me update it maybe. Yeah, better. Whatever. Let's send the request. Yeah, perfect. Actually, you can just do it from here. So on the auth type, you can just choose the bearer token, and the value you can paste it here in the token. Okay, so now we have created this profile, and now let's try to get the user profile again, and also let me do the same thing here. So bearer token, I think they already chose the one I have copied, so let me send the request. Yeah, now the user has a profile, and everything is happening through our API gateway. Nice. So you can see how this API gateway will help us. Alright, so we have the API gateway, we have the user service running, we have the authentication service running, and yeah, I think maybe we can go ahead and what can we do now? Maybe we can work on the node service. Is that a good thing for now? We can work on the node service. Yeah, maybe let's work on node service anyways, which is gonna be similar to the ones we already have. So inside of services, I'm gonna create nodes service. Yeah, and inside here the same thing we did for other services. So let me go to the user service. I'm gonna copy what we need, the test file and the env file. Yeah, so this is basically I think what I need to copy for now. Copy it, go to the node service, paste it here, and let me open here. Let me open a new for our terminal, cd, and let me go to services, cd node service. I can do npm init-y. Okay, now it's initialized, and then now I can just go inside here, and we can install the packages that we're gonna be using inside of this one. So the one we always use, so npm express. What else we need a joy validation. Maybe we should have just created a script that we can run and install these packages that we've been using all of our services, but that's fine. Also, let's install Axios, and yeah, Axios, and also let's install so these are the packages that we are using through the app. So the course, and yeah, this is everything for now. So inside our node service, let's install these packages. They are done installing. Close this up, and now we can set up our files. So they're gonna be similar actually. So let me start by bringing in the validations for this. So you already know validation is kind of long, and I already showed you how they're gonna be looking like. So I'm not gonna be typing it manually. So this is the validation over the nodes. So the node's gonna have a title, the content, and also the tags ID for our tag service. So this is a different service. We're just gonna be getting the IDs from that tag service. And also this is for updating. So similar thing as creating, but also this will get nodes by user. Getting the nodes, we'll be having the limits, and this is for searching the nodes. So yeah, nothing really interesting here. Let me close this, and the next thing we have to do, let's set up our database. So for the database as well, it's similar thing for all our services. So inside of my user service, I can copy my database file and I can paste it inside of here. Node service, wait, okay, yeah. Let me create a CRC file. Actually, this should be inside of a CRC, so move it. Same thing as the validations, that is. Okay, so don't worry about this. This will be fixed when we initialize our database. So let me actually do that. So npx prisma init, and yeah, let me do this. So while this is running, I can go to my user service, I can go to the .m file, can copy this database URL. It's gonna be similar. Or did you already copy the env file? Yeah, we already copied. That's fine. So all we have to do, okay, let me actually confirm this. Yeah, all we have to do is get the node service. So this is the node service database. Get it, go inside of the src database, not database, inside of .m file. Instead of using the user service database, let's use the nodes database. Perfect. So it's initialized, and now we can go ahead and create the schemas that we're gonna be needing. So let me close this. So inside of Prisma schema, we can go ahead and create the schemas that we're gonna be needing. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be much. So database URL, this is fine. We can do model and we can call it node, and inside here you can have the ID, so it's gonna be a string, and it's gonna be ID, and it's gonna have default of UID. It's gonna have user ID, so user ID string, it's gonna map it to user underscore ID. It's gonna have a title of string, it's gonna have a content of string, and let's do db.txt. We're gonna also soft delete it, so we have to do is deleted, which is boolean. So we use this when we delete the nodes. Like the first time user delete the nodes, we not really delete it, we put it somewhere, and we can later on we can create a page for those deleted nodes, and if user want to restore the nodes, they can restore it, and if they want to permanently delete it, they can also do that. Okay, so this is actually what we need. So we need the is deleted, created that, updated that. Okay, and also we need to add the tags relationship. So let me first create the model of tags, but remember this tag is gonna have its own service. All we have to do here is get its ID from that service. So not ID, it's gonna be a string, so string, and you're gonna map it to ID. It's gonna have also the ID, not map tag ID. Okay, and now we can also index them like this. Perfect. And why is it showing here? Time I search is only criteria, so not ID, not underscore ID. And like I said, this is just a reference from the not Auth Service but tags service. And let's link relationship to the node. Yeah, so here I can also add this tag, and it's not called this one, but it's called node tag. So and let me call it node tags. So node tags equals to node tags. Let me remove this. This is enough for now. And let me see why this is still showing issue. Okay, so am I still inside of the nodes? I don't think so. So model node tag, error validity model node tag, each model must have choose one. Ooh, yeah. You need to have its ID, like unique ID, just like we did here. Will that not cause some issues later on? Not ID string map tag ID string not. Okay, let me actually get it this way. Let me put it this way, ID, yeah. And here I can map it. So not ID, tag ID. Reference on read cascade, yeah. Perfect. And now we can run npx prisma migrate dev. And this should fix our Prisma client error if it's gonna work. This is the init, and it's generating the Prisma client instead of node modules. So let me close this for now. Should be good. Yeah, so it's done and the issue is fixed. Okay, so as we always start with the service, but before we can do that, yeah, I think we can actually do that. So let's start with the service. we can just get the index file, so you know this file that we've been using all over again. So node service, paste this file actually inside of src, move it. Okay, and what we don't have, don't have these loads, don't mind about it. And the express should be installed, but let's install their types anyways. So npm I big D add types express add types cross, and everything else I think it's fine. Okay, should be good now. For the louds you can leave it for now, and the node service is on port 3003, and also don't forget to change it inside of our here. Perfect. And this JWT secret should be the same through all your services so they can communicate better. Alright, so actually some things don't need, but that's not an issue for now. I need to worry about. So let me check if anything we need to change. And here you can change it to nodes. Yeah, change it to node service, and later on we're gonna of course add it. So health check should be the same, and yeah, actually there's nothing else we need to change. Everything should be good as it is now. So we just need to work on these routes, but that's fine. Let me close everything, and you can go ahead and work on the node service. And after I'm done with the node service, we can create the controller and continue with that. So let's go ahead and start working on this node service. Alright, so let me first of all charge this before it can shut down. One sec. Perfect. So let's continue. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, node service. So nodes. Yeah, and I know, yes, you can create a folder for this, but I'm making this easy as possible. And of course you can organize it as you want, like doesn't really make a difference as long as you give it the correct path when you import stuff. It shouldn't be an issue. So for the node service, as we've been doing all over again, we're gonna use a class. So export class, and it's gonna be node service, and inside of here node service we're gonna have for now, since we don't have the tag service, we can just add in the constructor, and here I can just do for now maybe I can leave it as it is. Yeah, for now I can leave it as it is since I'm not gonna be using it. So the first thing I need to do is for creating a node. So create node. What do we need when creating a node? We need the user ID. Okay, we need the node data, but make sure that this is small capital. So we need the node data, and we need to create these types. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's create the request, the data for the node request, and also the data for the update node. So let's put it inside of our shared, inside of the types index. So then we can go maybe on top here, user profile. Yeah, after the user profile, after this one we can add you can do export interface, you can say create node request, and then this gonna need the title and the content, and also tag IDs, which is optional. Export interface update node request, same thing, similar. And then I can go back to our authentication, our node service. Inside here we can give you the types we just created. So create node request from our shared, and then now return that is gonna give us an issue, so let's update that. And over here I can also, we need to add in the auth token string. Perfect. And now so let's specify the type for this. So we need to create the types for node, like what the whole node will return. So let's go back over here, and after this, or before they create node everything, let's create export interface. You can say node, and inside here I have the ID, which is a string, the title, content. Let me move this. The content is fine. We also have is deleted, which is optional, which is a boolean. We have the created that, updated that, and also we have the tags of optional. And of course we need to create this type for the tag. So after the node, let me create of how our tag will look like. So the tag is gonna have the ID of string, it's gonna have a name, it's gonna also have a color, which is optional, of string, and it's not gonna have updated that, and also it's gonna have user ID, which is a string. Okay, now we can go back to our our user side, our node service. It's gonna return the promise of node. Okay, and before we can do anything, we can do sanitize the input data. We already have the method for that, so first sanitize the title, since it's what we use. So let's go to sanitize input, and we can say not data.title, sanitized content, same thing. And also let's update this input, because I know it's gonna give us some issues. Okay, and here you can go ahead and create the node. So create a node, and here you can do const node equals to await prisma.nodes.create, and inside here, and of course we need to import Prisma from database. And why is nodes not like just not node, but just node? Okay, so data, and here we need to pass in the user ID, we need to pass in the title, which is sanitized data title, sanitized content, and we can also include the node tags. For now, let's make it to true, even if you don't have the service yet, but it's fine to include it now. And we're gonna come back to this. So after this, let me add a to do. Yeah, add tags to node if provided. Provided. Yeah, we're gonna come back to this to add it. So okay, so once this is done, all you can do is just return not as not. So this is everything I actually need to create the node ID, to create the node. And we can create one more, also another service, which is simple. So async get node by ID. All we need is the node ID string and also the user ID. Very important for the user ID. Yeah, string, and return a promise of node. And here we just need to do const not with prisma and not find unique, but okay, let me move this. Dot find first, and inside here I can do where do I need to find this, where not equals to not ID and the user ID, and also is treated is false because I don't want to get not which is treated, and I can include the tags as well. So as you can see, we're already preparing also for the tag service, even if you don't have it yet. So you can check if you don't have the tag, the node, you can just throw new throw create service error, and all we have to do is just pass in the message, and if we do have it, we can just return the node. Okay, so this is fine, and yeah, I think this is okay for now. What we need, this is fine to get started and test. We're gonna come back to it, of course, to add more things, but I think for now what we have is fine. We can actually go ahead and create a controller to test this. So services, not service, CRC, can do nodes controller.ts, and I can do const node service. It's gonna be equals to new node service. Yeah, import this, and here I can do export const create node. It's gonna use our async handler. Now make sure to import in from the correct place. Async request and the response, getting the user ID from the request.user ID. Okay, and why is it giving me this issue? I thought, oh, okay, just because we need to import the correct things from Express. So import request and response from Express. Perfect. And now we can check if we do not have the user ID, we can throw this error. Again, let's update this. Okay, it's fine. So after this, we can try to extract JWT token from the header. Yeah, so what can do const header, and we can do request.headers.authorization, and we can get the const token, so of header, and you can do of header dot starts with BIR. If we have it, get the the 6 ones, let's tries get the 7, and otherwise it can just be undefined. Okay, so let's do const node equals to await node service dot create node. We need to pass in the user ID, request the body, and also the authentication token. After this, you can just raise dot status 201.json, and you can do create API response, create success response. Yeah, create success response, pass in the node, and yeah, this is everything. We can return it. Yeah, so we don't get this issue. Okay, so which second one did we have? The one we had was forgetting the node with the user by ID. Yeah, let me check again. Get node by ID, yes. So let's add the controller for this one. So export const get node by ID. Let me just keep this over here, and we can do the same thing, get the user ID, and also you can get the const from the request.params not ID. And if you don't have the not user ID, you can find the unauthorized error, and we can get the node. So const node equals to await node service get node by ID, not ID, and the user ID, and we can just return this. Simple as this for now. It's very simple. So this is just we can get our service running and make sure that it can connect to our API gateway. So now we need to create the routes. So let me go ahead and create routes.ts, and I can go ahead and import router from Express, and can import everything as node controller from node controller, and I can import validate request from the shared, and also the authenticate token from the shared. Yeah, and also you can put the schema. So create node schema. Yeah, for now that's all we need. And here you can do const router equals to new router, and since we don't want this to be protected, so you can just protect it from here. So we can do all routes require authentication. So you can just use router.use authentication. This will protect all our routes over here, and here there will be just our nodes CRUD operations. Yeah, so this is the routes we have for now. So the one we have is for creating a node, so it will just be on this slash, and forgetting by the ID to just be on not ID. Okay, perfect. So again, not by ID, it will just be here, and they are all protected over here. So now you can go back to our index file, and let's update this. So not users routes, but nodes route, and we can update this to be nodes routes. As you can see, we already have this made as nodes, so that's why we don't want to use it again inside of here. We just put it on slash. And yeah, so what we have to do to use this, we have to go inside of our middleware from our inside of our proxy. So inside of our API gateway, src middleware, not middleware, routes proxy, we need to add a new route for the tags. So uncomment this, and let me see why this is happening. Did I? Okay, hold on. Let me just paste. Okay, I was supposed to be outside of here. Yeah. So instead of using the user URLs, and make sure that you actually have it as nodes. So API nodes, and let's get its URL from here. Yeah, we need to put it inside of the config services. We need to add a new one for our node service, and yeah, maybe also we can add for the tags even if we don't have it yet, but this will be our tag URL. So node service URL, so 3003, and let's add it inside of our URL. It's already here. Perfect. And here make sure to update this node service. So put it to node service config, nodes URL. Make sure you have it here, nodes, and also the tags. And this should be all we need for now for connecting it to our API gateway. So maybe we can go ahead and test it actually. So let's do npm run dev. Oh, we don't have the dev script set, so let's go to any package.json we have, and let's copy this dev script, set the nodes, set the package, and we replace this. Okay, yeah, also the test, that's fine. Yeah, npm run dev, npm i-d nodemon, and let's restart this gateway. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. This is the logs. npm run dev, authentication service is running, user service is running, node service is running. And now let's run the dev server to see if our node service will start without crashing. Perfect. And now let's test. Let's see if these nodes will be running as we intended. So let me go here, let me close this, let me close everything. Can I close everything? Can I? Okay. Yeah, so here I can create a new folder. Oh, this will be a request. Okay. Delete. Let me go here and add folder. This will be called nodes, and here I can just add a request. So add new request. This one will be called for creating a node. So create, and it's gonna be on post, and we're gonna have this base URL. It's gonna be on API and nodes. Okay, so inside the body we need to send in hello, and it's gonna be JSON, and we're gonna have pass in the title, and you can see my first node and the content. This is the required field. Okay, so this is the content of my first node. Okay, so it is very important that it is very important info that I wanna remember it down. Yeah, I didn't have to do all of that, but yeah, sure. So let me create a request. Yes, perfect. So it means our request is going through. Now let me go to the authentication service. I need to log in and get the token. So this is the token. Let me copy it. If it's copied, let me go to authorization. Let me go to bearer token. I hope this is the correct one. Let me go to body again. Let's send the request. Ooh. Invalid correct. Oh, okay. I think, yeah. I think I see what's going on. There is a space. There shouldn't be any space. Okay. Did I get the correct token? Let me copy it. Authorization. Oh yeah, this was not correct. Perfect. Now should be good. So inside the body, send request. Yes, the request is created with the user ID, with the ID of the node. If the title is rated false, node tag is false, and the user ID is this one. Let's check that. Again, I don't have the user ID, but if I go to the no, it's created. It's created. Perfect. Pay gateway. Yeah, so you can see it's also logging at we added. So you see that how we set up our API gateway is very easy, that everything else is becoming easier from now on, since the hard part was just setting it up, but after this everything is coming easy. So as you already know, this is working. And also let's get test the get node by ID. So let's test the two routes that we have for now. So this will only get by ID, and it's gonna be get, it's gonna be API nodes, and we have to pass in the params, we have to pass in the node ID. So first of all, we need to the node I created. Let me get its ID, get this ID, and add it over here. We need to pass in the on-side authorization and pass in the bearer token. We don't have to pass inside of the body. Okay, and this is gonna be get. Let's send the request. Perfect. So we're getting this node. Let's try to add in incorrect node. That's what we get. Not found. Perfect. And everything is going through our API gateway. As you already know, the base URL is on 8080. Perfect. Everything is working fine. So let's close this. We have the user, we have the authentication service, we have the user service. Now we have the node service working as well. But we don't stop there. We have to write the tests for this node service, so make sure everything is working as we want later on when we change stuff. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So we need to type the test for this. So the test gonna be similar. We already have this set up. Yeah, it's gonna be similar thing. So maybe also you can add in the setup file for this, but I don't think it's gonna be a bit similar to it. But let's bring it. So from the authentication service setup file, and inside of the services, not service, src, not src, but just inside of here, let's type in this test folder. Let's paste it here. Alright, so what do we need to mark again? Yeah, this issue again. That's fine, you already know how to fix it. We're just gonna open it inside of the this file we have created here. Actually, before I forget, let's also add it, this new service we have. Yeah, it's inside of here. Maybe we can open this inside of this workspace actually. Yeah, let's open it here. Now let's open it inside of our workspace so everything is a bit cleaner. Yeah, perfect. Let's close everything for now, as we're gonna be writing our tests anyways. So now the node service is over here, and we have this test folder, and we have the setup file. So what we actually need is we don't need all of these, we just need this one. We also don't need this. We need to mark the Prisma, that's fine. And of course we need to install Jest, so we need to install Jest as dev dependencies. That's why we're getting these issues. So let me open these. Alright, so let me install npm i-t, and I think it's just Jest, and also can get the types Jest, and also we need the ts Jest, since we are using Jest for testing. So let's wait for this to finish installing. Alright, so it has finished installing, and now it's running fine. I mean, there's no more issues. So let's see what else we need to remove before we can continue. So for the this one, it's gonna be not, and the second one we have is not tag, and this is gonna be same, it's gonna stay like this. We're gonna mark the database, we're gonna mark the Prisma, that's fine. And but this test user, we're gonna add more data, but not these ones. So let me remove this, and also the function to mark or reset or is gonna stay the same. So let me remove this. Let's fix this reset all. So it's gonna be not. It's gonna be not tag. It's fine, and everything else stays like this. And now let's add some data that we can be using. So let's do reset. So we can just do before all, and we can run the maybe it's to just here all marks. So for the data for testing, for now I can give it this data. So yeah, this is the test node data, and okay, test create node. This is let's add more data that we're gonna be needing later. Okay, so the test create node request, test update node request. Okay, and I think this is enough for us to get started anyways. So let's go ahead and jump in here, and we can create nodes service dot test dot ts. Alright, so what do we need to do? We can also bring in inside of user test this one, these two we are using. Let's maybe copy it, go back to node service test. We can add it here. Service error, let me import service error. I import it. Why isn't it importing as I want? So import okay, it's gonna be from shared from types, and I'm gonna get service error. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, now I can go ahead and continue. So after this, we can go ahead and describe the first thing we need. So we can do describe, and then this is gonna be node service, and here you can do read node service equals node service. Let's import node service from SCRC node service. Here before or, so before or you can get initialize this, and also you can set or mocks from our setup, new node service, and after this we can describe the first thing, which is create node. This is what we have first, and we can do const user ID. It's gonna be equal to test user ID, and maybe we can say 1 2 3. Fine, and here I can do it to should successfully create a node. For now it's without tags, since we don't have tags. So we can do global dot mark prisma dot node dot create create, and we can do mark result value, and here I can add test node, the data that we have created, and here you can do const result. It's gonna be equals to await node service dot create node, passing the user ID and passing this title and the content. Perfect. So after this results, you can do expect. So expect data. Can expect prisma.node to create or have been called with. So this create should be called with this data. So pressing data, you need the user ID, the node, the title, the content, and also you can include tags to be true. Perfect. And the data we expect to be returned from the result is this test node. Okay, so maybe we should run it. So let me run this. It's showing that it's running, but I'm not sure. It's showing it's passed. Okay, let me run it in my terminal without, so npm test. Perfect. So it's creating the tag without node, and yeah. So the second thing we have really is the get node by ID. Yeah, let me just do this quickly. So we need the node ID and also need the user ID, and it should yeah, let me just accept this for now. Let me see if this is correct as I want. Okay, so it should successfully choose a node and find first. Did I not add it from my setup? Okay, I don't have find first. Okay, find first, let me add it. So test node, user ID, this is actually correct. Yeah, this is what we are doing when we are testing in a node, and this should be fine without any issues. Yep, so everything is running correctly, and we are able to create the node. We are able to get node by ID, and maybe the next important service should be updating the node. I think that make much more sense to create it now for updating the node, and later on we can add more. Like later on we can add when the user has tags, and we can create the tag with that node. Yeah, but for now I think this is fine, and also you already got the idea of how you can build this kind of thing for the service. So I choose to go with this simple setup for the node creation, but giving you the idea of how you can build the microservices stuff. Yeah, so okay, and also writing some tests. Maybe we should let me see. We should next time we should start working on the tag service. Yeah, we should work on the tag service, and yeah, let's go. Alright, so let's continue, and let's go ahead and work on the tag service. So what I'm gonna do, I am going to open the folder without opening it as workspace. So I'm just gonna open this project now. Perfect. Let me close everything, and now I can go ahead and create a tag service. So you already know it's gonna be similar to other services we have. So I'm gonna do tags service, just tag service folder. Anyways, after this, I'm going to copy basically what you mostly need, the env file. Yeah, this is okay for now. And now I can close this, open the terminal. I can create a new new terminal, cd services, cd tags service, and do npm init -y, so we can initialize this project. You can insert the packages we need. So same packages. Let me see if I still have that command saved somewhere. Yeah, so I'm gonna need the npm express, axios, hermit chorus, yeah, and also .env, and chorus is here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is okay for now. So let me click install. And also for the dev dependencies, let me see if I still have this one. So I'm gonna add the gist types, gist, and types express, add types. What do I need? Node, add types / gist is installed. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, pretty much that's fine. Okay. Let's wait for this to install. So they installed now. Perfect. So what I can do, I can take in this index file. Let me copy this index file. Not in that, but inside the tag service. I forgot to create the src directory. Let me put it inside src. And here what we can change mostly is the port of our tag service. So you already know it's gonna be on port 2004, and also instead of env file 2004, let's also change the database URL here. So it's gonna be on this database. Let's copy its database, and so this is fine. These errors are fine. Okay, I didn't set the types for calls. Everything else is gonna stay the same. Yeah, we're just gonna change the routes. Yeah, and everything else for now it's gonna stay the same as it is here. Okay, so we're gonna define this. Let's create a new file inside here. It's gonna be validation, validation.ts. And what do we need to create? The create tag schema, the update tag schema. So I'm not gonna go ahead and type all of that. I already have it prepared. So the create tag schema, and this is what we need. So we need the name, the color, for updating it as well, for getting tagged by user schema, and yeah. Let me close this now. And the next thing you need to do is to add the database. So we can copy one from our node service. So database, and inside the tag src, add this, and I'm gonna get this issue. So let's see. Initialize the database. So npx prisma init, and this is gonna initialize the database for us. Okay, all right, so next thing we can do, we can go ahead and type the schema. So inside of schema, let me remove this generate output. Inside the schema, I can go ahead and model is gonna be called tag, just tag, sorry, and here it's gonna have ID, and the ID is gonna be string. Okay, it's gonna be a string, and this is gonna be at ID, and it's gonna be default of UUID. It's gonna have a name of string, a color of optional, and for the user we just need the user ID from our services. We can map it to be underscore user ID, and yeah, updated that, or you can just say updated that date time, but it's gonna be default .now, and we can map it to be just updated underscore add, and yeah, let's have also created that. Let me remove this. Yeah, this user ID is gonna be getting reference from the reference from Auth Service. All right, so and here we can just like ensure unique tag name per user. Okay, so we can add unique uname and the user ID, and we can map to be tags. Perfect. So now you can go ahead and run npx prisma. We don't even need to run this, we just need to start our server. So let me start my database first. Alright, so let me just restart it, and now I can do npx prisma migrate dev, and npx prisma migrate. Also this is not correct. Migrate, yeah, this one. Let's see how this works. Need running generate, yeah, this will run the generator as well, so we don't need to run it. Okay, perfect. So the issue is fixed. We have the Prisma, we have the database connection, and the next thing we need to do, we need to add in the service. So here we can do tags, you can call it service, just service .ts, and inside here we can do export cross, and we can call it tag service. And inside of this one, we're gonna do the first one is creating the tag. So create tag, we're just gonna need the user ID, which is a type of string. So we're gonna need the tag data. we're gonna need this. We're gonna need to create this, to create tag request, which is gonna return the tag. We already have the tag from our shared, but we just need to create the tag request. So let me copy this name, and all I need to do is go to our shared folder. So shared types index, and maybe after the tag we can do export interface create tag request. So all we need is the name and the car. So let's import this, and also let's make sure it's on the correct path. Perfect. So this is what we need, and here I can do the similar thing I did for the node. So I can just sanitize and validate the tag data, or const I can call it sanitized name. It's gonna be called sanitize input and tag data.name, and also I can do const sanitize color. So tag data, this can be optional, that's why. So let's do one thing. I can go over here, I can do tag data.color. If we have it, we can sanitize it, and if we do not, it can just be undefined. Okay, and after here we can try to validate the color format if provided, if provided, this is just gonna be a hex color. Okay, and here though we can say is sanitized okay, wait, sanitized color, and okay, let's create some helper method that will help us to. So private is valid hex. You can call it is valid hex color, which is gonna take in the color of a string, and that's gonna turn true or false. And here we can do const hex hex color regex. Now you can find this regex anywhere, to be honest. So this is the regex color for checking the hex codes, and here you can return hex color.test that is regex. All right. Okay, so now we can go back over here, and here we can check if this is returning false, so it's not true, and the sanitized color, we can just throw create service error. Why is this not okay, index from our utils. Yeah, also when I'm here, let me add some other method. So after this one I can do export function. We can check is valid the UUID, which taking the UUID of a string. Yeah, this is the regex really, and this is everything we need. So I can go back to my services. So create why is for create service error, show import. Yeah, shared. Okay, perfect. So now we're checking if it's valid the color here, and if it's not, we are returning this one. Maybe let's be more specific. You can say the user xcolor format, and you can type in some examples. Okay, and after this, after checking if it's valid or not, we can try a catch. So here I can do create tag. So here const tag equals to await Prisma. Let's import Prisma from our database, and the data we need to send in is user ID, the name, and the color, which is perfect. And here you can just return tag as tag. Okay, and if you have an error, let's throw create service error. Yeah, maybe we can also handle like unique constraint violations. Okay, we can check. So we need to check if error dot code is equals to this code, and we can just throw code already exists, the tag name already exists. So this is fine, and you can add another service to get the tag. So after this one, we can do we can say async get tag by ID. So we need the tag ID, we need the as string, we need the user ID, which is a string, and we're gonna be taking the type of tag. So here we can check if is valid the EU ID, passing the tag ID, and I can throw this error. Here I can check. Oh, whoa, what is this? Okay, and here we can just say const tag equals to await Prisma dot find. I'm gonna use find first, and here where I'm gonna check on where the ID equals to tag ID and also the user ID. And if I don't have the tag, I can just throw this tag not found, and if I do have it, I can just return it as the tag. Okay, and the second one we can add. So we have the create tag is fine, and we can also get the tag by ID. We have it, and yeah, we can also use the get tags, but yeah, get tag by user. Okay, we can get the user's tags, so we can do async get tags by user, which because we need to pass in the page of number, passing the limit of number, passing the user ID. We actually don't need the user ID for now, and also the search, which is optional string. So get tags by user no, actually we need the tags. You need the user ID. What am I saying? Okay, user ID string. Why is it giving me this issue on this? This gonna be optional as well. Okay, so we're gonna turn a promise of let me define this fine. Let me make this as object. So I need the tag as tags, total as number, and page as number, total pages as number. Okay, and here I can do const skip. Okay, so after this we can try to build where cross, and here can const where cross gonna be type of any, passing the user ID. Okay, and after this one we can try to like add such functionality. Alright, so we can say if search equals to const, also need to sanitized search, gonna be sanitized input. Let's import this. Is it imported? Perfect. And we can just use the where cross equals to name, and we can pass in the contains, sanitize the search, and the mode is gonna be insensitive. After this we can do const get the tags and also total. Await promise.all, and here we can just do prisma.tag.find many, and where it's gonna be where cross, and skip take, they're gonna be the limit, and also you can order by you can order it by name and ascending. So this is just gonna sort tags yeah. Okay, and here you can do prisma dot count, and where it's gonna be equals to the where cross. Okay, and after this so after this promise we can do const total pages. It's gonna be equals to math c total divided by the limit, and here you can go and return the tags. So you can return them as tags, as tag, and also you can turn the total, you can turn the page and the total pages. Alright, so this is what we need to get tags by user. Alright, perfect. Okay. And what else do we need? I think for now it's fine. Yeah, for now it's fine to get started with our controller. So let me open this, let me close this. Tag service, src, can create a tags controller .ts, and here you can do const tags service. It's gonna be equals to new tag new tag service. So export const create tag gonna be equals to async handler, which is gonna take in the async and the request, and let's add in the types request, response of response, and let's import this. So let's import this from request and from express. There I can get the user ID, request.user.userID. If we don't have the user ID, we can return this response unauthorized. And let me fix this real quick. Okay, so this is the first check, and here we can do const tag equals to await tag service dot create tag. We just need to pass in the user ID and also the request body. So here we can do this dot status. It's gonna be equals to 2001, and the JSON is gonna have in the create successful response, passing the tag and also the message. So this is everything we need, and the next one is gonna be getting the tag. So export const get tags and equals to async handler equals to async passing this. Of course we need the user ID. Okay, we need to get the user ID. We need to check if the user ID is not valid, so we can return this error. And here let me return this so we don't get that error. And here I can do first thing I need to do, I need to make sure this is, so I can do const page. I'll go to pass int. This, do I need to create it myself, or I can still use this one? I think this one is fine, provided by default. So we're gonna do request.query.page as string. Default is gonna be 1. The limit is gonna be pass int request. Maybe I can first do math.mini, and I can just pass in the pass intage, and the request.body.string by default 50 or 100, and also the search.query as string, and here I can do const so results goes to await tag service get tag by user page. We can pass in the user ID, the page limit, and search. Wait, am I not passing in the limit? Let me check again the service, how this is working. So for getting the tags by user, so what is the limit? Oh, not inside service, tag service. So okay, limit is type. So you have the page, have the limit number, 50 default, and also for the page I know the default to be 1, but well, then why am I getting this issue? Okay, yeah, okay. So first of all I need to pass in the page delimit. Okay, yeah, this is the order, the correct order I need to pass in as okay. And here I can just do return.json, create successful response, and I don't just wanna return it this way, so let me create an object, and here I can do tags, result.tag, and I can say pagination. For pagination, I'm gonna return the page result.page, the limit result.limit, or just passing as limit, yeah, and the total result.total, and the total page is result.total page. Okay, that's fine. So let me see what else we have. Get tag by ID. Let's also create the controller for getting tagged by its ID. So I can do export const get tag by ID, pass this. We need to get the user ID always, so I can also get const tag ID. You can get it from the request.params. You can do if no user ID. We can return create error response unauthorized, and here you can do const tag. It's gonna be equals to await tag service get tag by ID, and return the status 200, and we can return this tag. Okay, so I think this is pretty enough actually. And now I can go ahead and add the loads. So loads.js, and here I can just do what we do actually always. So import load from Express, and I can import everything as inside the tags controller, and the authenticate token here, and also I need the validate request, and here I can do router, so I can protect all routes require authentication. Perfect. And here I can just add tags CRUD operations. So okay, I need to pass in this create tag schema from the validation, and this is gonna be a post validate request.get tag, and the second one is gonna be getting the tags, so get tags. Okay, so now I can go back to our index file to fix the issue we had before for the route. So this is just gonna be the tags route, and let's make sure that we export this. Perfect. And did I call it routes? Yeah, and now we just need to fix it. So we need the health route, and also we need to add in tags and tags routes. Okay, so this is all we need for this, and I can try to start it npm, and I already know what the issue is gonna be. So let me go to package.json. I need to copy these scripts and tag service. Let me cross this instead of the package.json, paste in this, and let me do npm i-d nodemon,
So now I can just do npm run dev okay. So this is running on its server now, and actually let me start it. Yeah, now let me check my API gateway, so I'll make sure that you have added it as needed. Config services, we have the tag service, and make sure inside the env we have this tag service URL. Perfect. Then inside the loads we do not have it, so let's add it. So router.use API tags URL. Perfect, that's all we need to change here. So this is all you need to do every time you add a new service. And yeah, so now what we need to use this tag service. So let's go back inside of our node service. Inside the node service, we need to create a new file, which is gonna be tags and service client.ts, and here we need to export interface of tags tag validation response, and here I'm gonna add valid tags. It's gonna be an array of objects. I'm gonna have in the ID, I'm gonna have in the name, I'm gonna have in the color, which is optional, I'm gonna have in the user ID, and also I'm gonna have in the created at. Okay, perfect. And I can do invalid tag, and I can say invalid tag IDs, since we only need the IDs. Invalid tag IDs is gonna be a string of array. And next, do export class tag service tag service client. Yeah, here I can just do private base URL, which is a type of string, and I can do constructor base URL is gonna be tag service URL, or service URL is running on tags 4000 and 3004. This is our tag service is running at. Here I can do async. We can do since we wanna validate these tags, we need one more load inside of our tag service, so we can be able to validate these tags that user is sending. The node tags node is sending us to us. So let's make sure to create that service. So inside of my tag service, src tag service, and after getting the tags and everything here, let me add another one. So async this is gonna be validate tags. We need the tag IDs, string and array. Okay, string array. We need the user, so we know who is sending this request string, and this is gonna return a promise of an object. And inside here I need, this is what I'm having, so valid tags, tag of skin array, and the invalid tags. And here I can do const valid tags equals to this tag, and invalid tags string array. here I can loop through this. So for const tag ID of tag IDs, I can do if check the invalid UID again. So I can say, yeah, I can say is valid UID tag ID invalid tags dot push tag ID, and we can continue. Okay, so outside of this, inside the loop, I can do try catch, and here I can do const tag equals to await this dot get tag by ID. So tag ID user ID, and valid tag dot push to tag, and if there's an issue, we can just pass in the invalid tag dot push, and can just return this. So return valid tags, and also we can return the invalid tags. So now we need to use this inside of our controller. So tags controller, after the get tag by ID, I can do export const, and we can call this validate tag. So we need to get the user ID, and yeah, we need to get the get user ID. If the user ID is not valid, we can just do this, return this, and here we need to get in the const tag tag IDs equals to request.body, and const result is equal to await tag service validate tags tag IDs, and here we can just return so return this dot status of 200, and you can do JSON create success response. You can just pass in the tags, and you can say tag is validated successfully. And let's go back to the layout, and here we need to validate this tag, so we can put it on route post. This is gonna be, you're gonna need the tag ID. Let me remove this tag ID, and we need to see the validate request. We need to pass in the validate tag schema, and tag controller is equals to this one. Okay, and now let me close this, and now we can go back to our close this. We can go back inside of our nodes. So nodes src node controller. Oh, we was working on this one here, so this is where it was, and we can go ahead and keep working on this. Okay, so inside of here, after this outside of this constructor actually, so let me do try catch. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, inside of this service, outside of this constructor, I can do async validate tags. We need to pass in the tag IDs of type string and array, and yeah, also we need the token, which is a string. So this will just return the promise of the tag validation response, and let me fix this. Try catch const response equals to await axios from axios. We can do dot post, so we can make a request to the service. So here I can just use this, and I can say this dot base URL and make it to tags and validate. Okay, and after this I can pass in the tag IDs, and after this I can let me format this tag. So after the tag IDs, this one I can add here the headers. So headers, I can pass in the content type, which is gonna be the application./JSON authorization. It's gonna be a barrier and of token. And here I can just add in the timeout of 500 milliseconds, and here I can do if not response dot data dot success. Okay, so which means something is wrong, and just for create service error, passing the just passing this tag validation failed. Let's make it 400, and if it's success, we can just return response.data.data. Okay, and here we can validate the error. So you can check tags service returned an error. You can just say const status code. It's gonna be equals to error dot response status 500 const message. It's gonna be equals to error dot response dot data dot error tag validation for create service error message and status code. And you can also check let's check this. So if error dot response actually, so let's put it inside here. Okay, as if error dot request, we can just tags so it did not respond, so we can just throw as an variable as just throw this one is fine. And the last three outside, since of the tag service class, we can just do async get tags by ID. So tags string, and this is gonna be a token of string, return a promise of an array, and this can also be this, so ID string, name string, kind of optional, user ID, and updated that is it updated that or created that? Let me do created at. Let me check this one. Yeah, this also created that. Yeah, that's fine. So here I can just and I can do const validation goes to await this dot validate tags, passing the of tag. So we can do if validation dot validation dot invalid tags dot rem 0. So we have something from new issue, create service error, and invalid tags. Okay, here is we can just return the validation of the valid tags. Yeah, actually this authentication token I'm not using it, so okay, now we can go ahead and update our creating node process. Like when we're creating a node, it was checking if the user is needed to add tags. So let's go inside of the service where I added this to do. So after this one, I can check. So if not data dot tag IDs and not data dot tag IDs dot env, so we have something I can just do. Can validate tags exists and belongs to the user. So we can use the auth token, authentication token, and await. We need to add the tag service to our constructor. So before that, over here I can do can say private tag service client. Let's import this, and also let's add the side of here. Okay. So await this dot tag service client dot validate tags not data dot tag ID and pass in the authentication token, and after this we can do await this dot okay, we need to add another private method to help us add the tags to the user. So private async add tags to the node. So here I can just pass in the node ID string and tags ID string and array. This is gonna return a promise of void, and here I can do const not tag data, go to tag IDs dot map, and here I can tag ID. It's gonna be equals to this, or not ID, tag ID. Okay, and after this I can do await Prisma. Do I not have Prisma here? Oh, I have it imported, that's why it was not showing. So not tag and create many. So you can do data not the data, and also can ask give duplicate to show. Okay, so this will just like avoid errors if tag is already associated. Perfect. And yeah, so let's add another method, maybe async get nodes by tag. So we just need the user ID, string, tag ID string, page number 1, limit number 50, and we also need the auth token, of course, which is optional string, and here I can just do a promise, an object passing the nodes of type node, and total is gonna number, page number, total pages, perfect. And here I can just do so we can check if auth token, so if there's auth token, I'm going to await this tag service client, validate tags, passing the tags, and authentication token. And after this, you can do const skip, and because to page -1, and times the limit. So here I can do const nodes equals to total, and await promise.r, and here I can just say the prisma dot not find many, so I'm gonna do where is equals to user ID is treated is treated equal to false, and not tags, some tag IDs. Here we can do include wait, hold on, what's the issue here? Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, okay, I found the issue. Alright, so what is this? Total is never read. Emit, yeah. So tags ID, after this one I can add include, and this is gonna be node tags, it's gonna be to true, and here I can do skip, and skip gonna be skip, can take the take limit, and order by, it's gonna be updated add, and descending. Here I can do prisma dot node dot count goes to where user ID is treated false, not tags, some tag ID. Okay, so after this promise you can do const total pages, and here you can return this. So that's fine. Now we can go ahead and keep working on the creating the node. So it's gonna be easy now. So I wait this dot add tags to node, so node.id and node data dot tag IDs. Here you can also fetch the node again with tags, so you can just do return this dot get node by ID. Perfect. So this is fine. Okay, and also we need to add one more thing inside of here. We need to add the get notes by user. So after this get note by ID, do async get notes by user, and this is just gonna take in the user ID, the page remit, and also the search. So similar thing we did for the notes. And this is gonna return a promise. And let me do this. So this is gonna return the nodes, nodes of the note, total page, and total pages. And inside of here, you can do const skip. Alright, so I can do const skip equals to page -1 skip, and here let me yeah, so the same thing I did for the node tags, and here I can just add the search functionality. So if search is provided, send the search where cruise, and this time I'm gonna do where cruise dot or goes to this array. Let me remove this dot here, causing issue. Adding this, so we can search by title, and contains sentence data dot search mode intensive. And the second one is gonna be the content, so you can also search the content, and this should be good. So after this one here, you can do const. Okay, yeah, so this is pretty much it. So promise.or prisma node find menu where cross. Yep, yes, that's what I need. And here I can just do const total pages -c and return. Yeah, this is the actually the thing we're gonna be using when we are trying to fetch the user nodes and also the tags. And yeah, so now that we have added this to the service, we also need to update our controller to update and use this get nodes. So not controller, so we just have the get node by ID, but actually what we need is export const get nodes goes to async handler. Okay, get the user ID. So if no user ID, return this error. After this excuse me, const page is gonna be equals to should we use +env? Yeah, let me create some util for this. So inside of inside of the shared folder, inside of the index file, here I can add another thing. So export function, I can call it env int, and this is gonna take in the value of a string. It's gonna be undefined. So default value is gonna be a number, and this is gonna return a number. And if there is no value, you can return the default value, and can call it this pass value, pass int value 10. If it is not a number, is revert, pass the inf and default value, and yep. So this is pretty much it. Just a little utility that we can use here. So we can use it, pass env int. Here you can just pass in the request.query.page string, the limit, same thing. And after this, we can do cons reset await, equals to await node service dot get not by user ID, page limit and search. Yeah. Okay, so we also need to update our layout to use this. Set our layouts, so you just have this get not by ID, but I can actually add another one. So router dot get not by user, it's called get nodes just, and also need to validate the request, and this is gonna be get not by user schema. Yeah, so this is what I needed to add here. So I have all the services that I needed to add. I have the API gateway, and I showed you the idea of how you can create this. I showed you how you can add tests to your backend endpoint, and so this is the idea of how you can create microservices based backend with Express.js and Node.js using Postgres databases. You can choose any other database you wanna use. Yeah, but this was actually the idea of how you can go with creating these microservices backend API.